And on that bombshell... Hello? 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 Okay, loud noise warning. Loud noise warning. Loud noise warning. Okay. My controller is not. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Listen, Rex. In my defense, this is the first time I've ever reviewed this game. It really is. I've said that before. At least after FF15, we made that attempt to kind of bake the lore run and the review into one, which a lot of people disagreed with, but actually was completely the right call, with the advantage of hindsight. There we go. Controller works. We did it. We have a functional controller. Hope makes a choice to fight alongside Lightning, but quickly finds himself exhausted by the pace. Lightning grows ever more... Oh, okay. Alright, let's go. No, controller's fine. Except for about, like, 3 minutes ago. Yep, I almost had an excuse to not play FF13. Sorry, Valerian. Sorry. Are we going to talk about the fact that you have, like, a summon now?
Got my back?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I get what they're going for here. The more I play this game, the more I can see what they're going for, and the more I don't think they succeed at it. If I could just... if I could just be honest about this for a second. Hear me out, right? Okay. I'm Lightning, and I have a dark and hard exterior, and I just can't show myself as caring about anyone. But I secretly care deep down inside. But keep in mind, she has been, and I mean this with all due kindness, a complete bitch the entire game. And out of absolutely nowhere, because of the fact that she hit her lowest point, which I don't even want to get into that, she now says Odin, and now she's all buddy-buddy with Hope. Like, there's no transition here, right? Even Rydia took longer than that to get to the point where she was willing to talk with Cecil in a positive manner. It took about 10 years from her perspective. Yeah, no, like it's so obvious how many writers were involved in this. Even if I didn't know that 3 separate writers were smashing into each other over the course of the creation of this game. It's so obvious just based on the way things are being presented on screen, because you could absolutely see what they're going for at almost every point. It's not like there's no nonsense, right? There's no like, huh? There's just like, oh, okay, they're trying for a such and such type of scene. But it's very obvious that they just didn't have what they needed to stretch it out and make it work in several cases. Now, I say several cases because this helps to explain so much why there are individual scenes, cutscenes, moments, cutscenes, and even sections of the game where the story just kind of pops. It's either because one of the writers wrote that section or all 3 of them actually managed to coordinate for once. Take your pick. Anyways. So here's our summoning tutorial. Okay, here we go. So Lightning can spend TP to summon Odin. Only Lightning can summon Odin. Select techniques and choose summon.
Odin.
Of all of the mechanized summons, Odin is my least favorite looking, by the way. Purely personal preference.
Cut us a path.
He just kind of looks dorky to me. I don't know. The SP gauge is depleted gradually over time, and also when they take damage. If it reaches 0, they'll be dismissed. It has yet to be explained what summons are or how they have them. After summoning an Eidolon, you can press X to activate Gestalt mode. This allows you to perform powerful attacks from the back of your Eidolon. Pay close attention to the Gestalt gauge. It represents Gestalt mode's duration. Your Eidolon will disappear when the mode expires, so best to activate it after the gauge is charged. To charge, help your Eidolon attack and build attack chains. Combat controls are slightly different. Press the buttons shown in the Gestalt dial to execute attacks. Dial reaches 0, blah blah blah. Notice the other party members go away, very similar to FF12's approach to summoning. Probably very deliberately based on that exact same system. The main detriment is you don't have your party with you, which later on will be more of an issue.
We do this together.
It's pretty much the same reason you shouldn't summon every combat in FF12. Because your party members are just better.
Let's ride. Shake the ground. Hiya! Now! The storm is here!
Horse looks better than armored mode. IME. What is that, Blade of Ball? God, they do Blade of Ball, you're right. At some point we need to talk about viscerality. It's a little unfair to talk about it this early. Most RPGs don't have viscerality this early. Yeah, I was just thinking about that, Rex.
We'll stop here.
Sorry.
Don't sweat it. I'll look around. You rest up.
And Hope dies. The end. And the game instantly gets better. It's weird. Don't look at me that way. I still haven't given Hope a negative. Yeah, that's why the impact part of viscerality is there von Falkenstein. You need to feel like your attacks are doing something. That's gotta be so uncomfortable. Your mother's dead. She died horribly because Snow brutally murdered her with his bare hands while laughing maniacally with a monocle and a top hat. I actually think I know the one you're thinking about, Rax, but we'll get there eventually. Probably next week. Depending on how long the LGAs take. Meanwhile, so we've got Team Edge. Now we have Team Kuki. We're still in the Vile Peaks, by the way. Although I think actually this is technically a new area. At least the music changed.
No sign of soldiers.
Guess lightning got their attention.
Team Frokobo.
They were headed towards Palimpolum. Kid's on his way home. You can bet on it.
Good for him. What's wrong?
It's good. if they manage to slip in quietly. All of Cocoon is in the grip of post-phobia. If a Lassie pops up on the radar, all hell will break loose.
They don't even know why they're scared.
Afraid of what they don't know. Afraid to find out more. It gets worse the older you get. I'm terrified of what'll happen. The world probably would be better off without Post-Lassie. I mean, most of them.
Gee, thanks. Let's go.
This will be my first successful attempt at playing this game. We'll see. I'm pretty sure I won't have to cheat. There are some later game stuff that tends to get pretty mean. And of course we have Pulse to deal with. Hi, Lona. Yeah, there are several difficulty curves where the dice screw you over.
I'm tougher than you thought, huh?
Is 7 Palimporum? Yeah, I can see that. Also, this is an extremely minor complaint. There are 13 chapters to this game. So I'm going to run in a line, then I'm going to turn around, okay? This is admittedly... This does have a gameplay detriment, in that when you're trying to outmaneuver enemies, you have to accommodate that weird Red Dead Redemption-esque delay in turning around. You also have, like, a limited amount of maneuvering speed, which is very strange. No, this isn't a turbo long game. This isn't Persona 5. So let's bring this down to reasonability and reality here. Yeah, we're okay. I was just thinking, maybe I should have interrupted that one, but yeah, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Yeah, Trails is another game that has that issue. And I don't want to keep discouraging Rax from playing Trails, but let's just say that there's a reason why I haven't dealer's choiced anything past Trails of the Sky lately. And have no plans to anytime soon.
Nothing to it.
Like, we might not play it Trails of Crossbell this year, because I've got lots of other things I'd like to do first. Whoops, I'm attacking the wrong target. Stop, 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 stop. Or, okay, whatever. I just... My fault. That's my fault. Eh.
To the victor go the spoils.
Oh God. Hang on, I'm already losing enough faith in continuing to be alive. Don't take that away from me. Yeah, no, we're still in the Val Peaks. I was just double checking. I mentioned this in the review document. Rax mentioned this yesterday. One of the many problems with the Vile Peaks is that it's a giant trash pile. And while that makes sense narratively, it means that for an absolutely enormous quantity of gameplay, several hours of a dungeon, which you go through for across 3 technically separate groups, you're just staring at a pile of trash. You know? Yeah, exactly. It's big brown wasteland for hours. It's actually kind of the same problem the intro has. Notice, like, Brescia did not have this problem. Yeah, there's no... So, as much as I hate to give even more gameplay negatives to this game, I also probably need to give a gameplay negative for the fact there's no towns. In addition to a story negative, the fact that there's no towns. No, I'm dead serious. Like, I really hate to hammer that point down, but absence of towns is a pretty bad thing in a game like this. Yeah, exactly. There's no breaks. There's no breather period. Bingo, Valerian. It screws with the pacing. It is literally dungeon, dungeon, dungeon in terms of... Whoops. In terms of approach. Damn it. I think, so, some of you've probably heard the refrain, the game doesn't really open up until you get 20 hours in, and that's...
Wisdom does come
wrong, is the word I want to use. It's one of those commonly repeated refrains that isn't really connected to reality. Yeah, it's technically accurate, but it's not really accurate. Because what they're referring to is that's when you start having access to the majority of the side quests of the game, down on Pulse. Spoilers, we go to Pulse. The reason I bring that up, though... Yeah, exactly right. The reason I bring that up is because Pulse does have honest-to-goodness side quests, like the hunts and whatnot. And it's one of the first times in which you can do something other than hitting dungeon, dungeon, dungeon. The reason I bring that up is I've actually believed for several years now that that's what people mean when they say the world opens up. They don't literally just mean the fact that there's something other than a narrow corridor. They mean that that's where you can do something other than do a dungeon endlessly. Which I do admittedly find somewhat funny because that entire section, for those who are familiar with it, is completely optional. If you just walk through Pulse, it's like a 10-minute romp, not counting cutscenes. Thank you for the sub, Easel. Always appreciate. I didn't see what you wanted to put that towards. So if you want to put that towards, let me know. And thank you, Blue Dragon EXE, very much for the donation. Says I get this stupid thing on my glasses. I will see what you wanted to put that towards. I hate when I have like one speck and it's just encrusted enough, like it's a bit of dust that is adheres to the glass, so I can't blow it off. So I have to bring out the alcohol wipes to get rid of one of those. Also, this is the music for the trash pile. I'm not saying it's a bad song. But why is this the music for the pile? Eeks trash pile? Like, I just... Okay. We're done. Put this up here. Yeah, it's... One of the reasons I kind of want to do a run-through of the FFs more or less in order is that each FF in many ways is a direct reaction to the previous ones. There are some exceptions to that, of course. So Blue Dragon wants to put this towards Chrono Trigger. So do you mind explaining that sentence, Blue Dragon EXE? If you don't mind. As this... I mean, 13.2... I've only played 13.2 once, on stream, actually, and I would absolutely say that that was a much more open-ended... Wrong word. It felt like there was more gameplay in navigation, is how I'm going to phrase that. A decent chunk of that was trickery, if you remember. But that's what a game is supposed to do, as strange as that sounds. Games can only be so non-linear, and the good games will trick you into either feeling like or actually being a state where your choices mean something. I had a lengthy discussion with a friend of mine about Rogue Trader. For those of you not familiar, Rogue Trader is the third of the Owlcat CRPGs that they made. It's based on the Warhammer 40k universe. And they do this thing where there's kind of not really a economy to speak of. And so they just kind of take that entire gameplay loop out of the game entirely. Entire, you might even say. Now, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, and we'll discuss this at length when we get there. Absolutely, Blue Dragon Macy. Thank you again. Jesus Christ, Diesel. But we had a whole discussion about it because they were arguing that, well, there is still an economy. Because my argument boiled down to was that an in-game economy boils down to player choice. That the player is making decisions about what to do, in order to what to get, in order to what to buy, in order to what to use, right? Every step of the way there are choices involved, and that's what an in-game economy is supposed to do, is to give the player options. At the end of the day, it's mostly about making sure that the player has something that they can choose. Okay, cool. And I argued that a lot of what they were doing with Rogue Trader was removing a lot of those choices, because it was all completely linear progression as long as you just donated items to the reps. Now, they thought I meant that as a negative thing, which obviously I did not. Hang on a sec. Sure. I don't have any really good accessories yet. I just meant it as a commentary. It was an approach. They decided to rip economy out of the game, and instead you dump the overwhelming majority of your stuff into the cargo hold and then just move on, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
Guess running's out of the question.
What does this have to do with FF13? And 13-2? Well, a lot of things that video games will do is they will add those little micro choices specifically to try and add player choice, to make sure that the player is making decisions about what to do and where. And, in other words, I'm not sure I could give a positive to what they did over in Rogue Trader, because such a huge aspect of gameplay, of making decisions, was completely removed from the game. I don't think it's negative worthy, but you see my overall mentality. And to finally bring this back to 13, the reason this is relevant here is because 13.2, as well as 10, which is actually a better comparison point, do a great deal to make it feel like there are things you can do. NPCs to talk to, side treasures to get, little side quests you can do as you're progressing, recurrent stories that you can interact with.
We got this, Vanille. Follow the old man's lead.
And 13 doesn't do any of that. Is my overall point. 13, I've said for years that, that 13 is being a corridor, linear corridor, is not the problem. But similar to how a long game isn't a bad thing, a game feeling long is a bad thing. I think that FF13 feels like a narrow corridor. That's the problem right there. The fact that it feels like a narrow corridor. Not the fact that it is. And I had a comparison point for that in my head. Of course, now I can't think of it. No, yep, okay, whatever. It's like Kaisensuru. Kaisensuru is awesome. End statement. No notes. 10 out of 10. Dual Hearts. Mega Man. Battle Network. A game that is long that doesn't feel long. Any Pokemon game, really. But I actually have two examples that are post-Oblivion reviews that I can speak to very specifically as games that are super long that don't feel it. Pokemon Sword and Shield, and Pokemon Violet, and Scarlet. Both of those are some of the longest games we've ever covered. In fact, here, I actually keep track of this sort of thing, so if you give me a second, I can prove this. So, Pokemon Sword and Shield was a 93-hour game, and Pokemon Violet was a 74-hour game. Those are chonkers. Those are top 10 in terms of length, not counting MMOs, in terms of length of games we've covered, and neither of them felt long. While I'm staring at this list, I would also mention StarCraft 2 is an easy pick. Dragon Age Origins kind of does. Dragon Age Origins didn't feel long until we got to Awakening. Bloodborne, ironically, didn't feel very long, so I'll push that one up there as well. Dragon Quest Builders 2, Pokemon Arceus. Excuse me. Trails in the Sky 2. There's another one. Yeah, WoW. I know at least one person in chat would disagree with me, but WoW didn't feel particularly long either, except when we were doing like the BC and Wrath stuff. That was the only time WoW felt long. Dragon Quest XI is not a current review, so I'm not sure about that one. Grand Theft Auto 5, another good example. Grounded was a 45-hour game. That sure as hell did not feel like a 45-hour game. Like, this game might not even be 45 hours, despite the fact that I keep pausing. Dude, Sky 2 was weird for me. Like, I knew I wasn't going to like Sky 1. And I knew Sky 1 wasn't going to score super well.
Let's give this a shot.
I wasn't really super impressed with,
Four control panels.
super enthused about Sky 2. And then Sky 2 was just punching. It actually makes perfect sense in hindsight, too. As you say, obviously they were learning from their mistakes. But, like, also, it's so obvious they put pretty much the entire prologue in the first game. Yeah, Sky 3 was a very strange one. I don't want to spoil that one for Rax, but oof. Let me just tell you, when Elmo showed up and just started doing his thing, that was crazy. I would never tickle me, Elmo. My Elmo. Damn it. Screw up my own joke. You know, that's the other funny thing about this whole thing. FF13's development was so terrible that it affected 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah, I'm going to say 4 other games. Good morning, Drakashi. This guy? Yeah, do that guy. FF13 1, 2, 3, and 15. As well as, sorry, I guess it's 5 then, isn't it? No, that's right, that's right. So, sorry, FF13 2, FF13 3, FF15, and Type 0. I was right. 5 games total were messed over by this whole thing. Actually, I guess I'm lying, aren't I? There's another one. Because, yeah, FF14 was impacted by this as well. You're right. I think so, Valerian. Unironically, I think so. If nothing else, Crystal Tools was a mess. And yeah, it did also affect FF7R1. It is not, especially sitting down here with controller in hand and really trying to, you know, turn on the analysis mode cap. This game is so much FF7R1, it's kind of scary.
We got this, Vanille.
That's not a dig, by the way, it's just a statement of fact. It's okay, just invent the... What's the time freezing chamber in Dragon Ball Z? That's all I need. I just need infinite time. That's all I need. Hyperbolic time, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, it kind of feels like the Ream of Spirit of Time. An Enertron might work too, but I want truly infinite time. So I need to stop aging. I'm just going to become an energy being, so I don't have to worry about that. So I'm invincible, I'm unaging, and I have infinite time, because I have a pocket dimension where time doesn't move. Okay, I'm good. Inside the pocket dimension, I also have a holodeck replicator. So there's a thing called the X stand, Valerian. Oh yeah, I also need like some basic stuff like plumbing, some kind of recyclator. I mean, replicators do function as recycling, so I'm serious. In universe, they do.
I'm tougher than you thought, huh?
What? Sorry, I couldn't hear you over me doing boring repetitive combat. What? I'm actually turned around. Where am I? Right, this one next, I think. Yeah, we're still in Vile Peaks, Zira. We're still in Vile Peaks. Like, I want you to think about that for a second. The fact that we're still here. Valerian. I have a task for you. I want you to defend the Vile Peaks. I'm ready.
Guess running's out of the question.
You got this, Valerian. Stretch those academic muscles. I just bring in like a bag of garbage, Loner, or something. There you go. Perfect, Valerian. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Unrelated, you're fired. I'm sorry, I in no way mean this as an insult, but I keep feeling the urge to pull up my phone and just check Discord, you know. See if anyone's been saying anything. Come on! Yeah, I hear that 3D Investment is hiring. Or whatever their full proper name is. God, what a generic ass name. Last night we were playing WoW, me and my friends. And I made an offhanded comment that I really want to drag one of them through FF14 sooner rather than later. And as part of the sentence, I mentioned, because, you know, Square's not doing well right now. The other friend was like, well, hang on, what are you talking about? And I informed them about that and mentioned the name of the company.
Better not electrocute myself.
Yeah, 3D Investment. And there was just laughter in the chat, because it's like, yeah, that's if you sat down and tried to come up with the most generic name for a holding company in the world, I'm not sure you could come up with something more generic than 3D Investment. Just that's not. It's just, yeah, I know, right? It's just Well, Ubisoft did just have a massive walkout. Solidarity, by the way. Did I already get this one? Oh, God. I'm sort of lost in the sequencer. I think... Did I already got this one? No, maybe not.
Pulse machines can't be that different. Aha!
There we go.
Way to go!
Locusts we be at least implies a modicum of creativity. Investments firm is probably the only way they could get even more generic.
The only thing we work upon.
We can take him.
Well, but my phone's over there. It's on the charger. I can't do it. No. Blade like, Laura, I've decided to stop supporting you because you keep streaming WoW. We're going to stream WoW again later this year. Midnight is very close to funded. Like, that's pretty much a gimme. And as usual, I didn't put any dealer's choice towards that. Which, and I don't mean this as anything, I continue to find gratifying. Let's just retry. God Gotcha Games LLC. Jesus Christ. Look, Swiftshot's not really poking his head in until... oh, there we go.
Not bad.
Until Last Titan. Whoop, 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 whoop. Got distracted by Discordy. And she's dead again. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's see. Blade Devil says, "May the hand of the devil strike you down, you evil monster."
Luck's finally run out.
No, no. Well, she's totally a soldier. That's the problem, Zach, too.
This thing must be powering up.
I still haven't even found the post-play triple. Yeah, I need to remember what we gave Trails. And this will kind of set precedence for Mystic Quest, believe it or not. Okay, we should be fine now. I'm in the wrong server then. So I had to ban Rax here really quick, apparently. God damn it, they don't. There's no fleeing. You actually cannot run from battle. Which is just kind of funny. I actually wanted to talk about that a little bit, because... it's the Dragon Quest VII problem. How many of you have played Dragon Quest VII on the 3DS? Seven's the one on the 3DS. Islands. If that doesn't convey it, nothing will. So, if it's not obvious, I really liked the Dragon Quest VII version. The 3DS version of Dragon Quest VII. But there was one huge problem with it. And that problem was the fact that it was using the same visible overworld encounter system that several of the Dragon Quest had done. Technically started in 8. Yes, I know 8 is after 7, but 8 was way before 7 on the 3DS. 8 kind of started a new trend for the whole series, weirdly enough. Anyways. Wait for a second. There we go. So the relevant point here is that you could dodge encounters, right? No. No, you couldn't. And that was the problem. Enemies would be on the overworld map, and they would be visible, but you would be in small, tight corridors. Enemies are way faster than you, and they home in on you almost instantly. Like, they will see you from off camera. So you literally cannot see the enemy coming until they are bulldozing right at you. And that's honestly kind of irritating, to be blunt, because it's kind of worse than random encounters. It's like giving you the illusion that you can actually dodge enemies, and then constantly taking it away from you. So, I kind of would have rather we just had plain old random encounters in Dragon Quest VII than this fake out of, you can dodge enemies. No, you can't. So, FF13, right? So, FF13 has this system where enemies will aggro you from quite a distance away, are faster than you, and will home in on you almost immediately. Also, some encounters you literally cannot skip, period. This isn't inherently a terrible thing, but it does grate me the wrong way, especially when there are so many of them. This is what ties into the fleeing thing, because there's no fleeing. If I flee, which it's worth noting I can do, I can just snap my fingers and end the combat at any moment. But I can't not fight the encounter. If that makes any sense. All I can do is hit the reset button. The encounter's still there. It's still in my way, and I still have to fight it in order to progress. There is no fleeing that encounter, if that makes any sense. I know this is alien to Blade pursuant to our conversation with Blue One the other day. But I mean it, you can't, there is no fleeing from encounters. Now, as I've already shown, there are some encounters you can juke. But the game is very clearly designed around the idea that, no, you should fight everything. Speaking of, let's hit the wrong button, very important. You know, something just occurred to me. I'm not even sure they explained this at any point in time. Do you get stat ups for other jobs you level while you're not on that job? I legitimately don't have an answer to that question. Okay. Because nothing indicates that in any direction. I mean, unless I was to be like, okay, hang on. Okay, my current... Like, I can take a picture of my stats here. And then go over here. And then be like... Okay, max HP increased. And then go back to stats. And, you know, see that my HP... But that's just kind of weird. As usual, this game does not know how to tutorialize half of its mechanics, which is funny because its existing tutorials suck. Like, you notice the existing tutorials are the worst type of tutorial, right? Where they grab control away from the player and force you to do things. I'm not going to ding them, because they're optional, and that's a lot more tolerable, but still.
You tired, huh? Wanna take a...
I think we might finally be past the Vile Peaks.
This look okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, no shelter. Dirty ground. Rusted metal everywhere. That sounds great. Yep, that's probably only incredibly infested with bugs.
Okay, good night.
Not a care in the world.
And let's just lay down on the dirt. It'll be fine.
Oh!
What?
Do not cross this line. Understood?
Grow up.
And good night again.
Did you just go to sleep already?
Can I admit that I want to give a negative for the weird not flirting between these two? I get that they're doing it for a joke, but that's kind of the problem. Like, really,
Still a kid.
what this both is and should be is he's kind of a father figure for her. But then the game keeps, like, doing this weird, flirty, jokey thing. And it's always a joke. Like, you actually saw already earlier when Chocolina got in the way of him very accidentally looking up her skirt. And like, whoops, ho, 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 he almost looked up her skirt. What? Hi, Colgrim. I try to see you.
Couldn't run if you wanted to.
Random comment. So there's the the Palamecia. They never really explain why they have this expansive military and hardware.
Look at you.
Despite, you know...
What's under the hood of that thing?
Keep your pants on. You'll get a peek soon enough. Just try and behave.
I'm not gonna make any promises.
Cheeky boy, aren't you? We'll see how long that lasts.
Listen, giant boobs are great and all, but like, I like Tifa for her personality, thank you. And she is really fun to play as in Remake. Oh god, Rex.
He's come to meet you.
I mean, heavily over-stylized... Oh, this is the Lindblom, excuse me, not the Palamecia. Heavily over-stylized airships and tanks and all that is very much a Final Fantasy thing, which I just kind of wave away. Not my thing. Moving on. So who's ready to meet this game's Sid?
Halt!
You must be Snow. Sid Raines, Brigadier General of the Fleet.
Okay, hold up. I might as well complain about this while we're here, because I was talking about this last night. You know what I like? You probably do know what I like, but sorry. That's a leading question, I apologize. I hate platformers. I hate them! I hate them! I like something that I had to come up with my own term for, because I've never seen a term for it in academia. I'm sure there is. There's a term for everything in academia. There's all kinds of weird, usually Latin-based words for all this stuff. I just kind of come up with my own stuff, because I ain't university trained. I just got myself what we call a self-education. And so one of the things I love is what I call consequence storytelling. And consequence storytelling is all about a story that makes it a point to not only acknowledge consequences, but then to make them part of the narrative. Some people think that when I say this, what I mean is I want the story to bog down and get dragged down into the weeds. And while that could make for an interesting story if done right, that's actually not what I mean. Let me use a specific example. I'm going to use the same game to explain consequence storytelling both well and then bad. Well done and then badly done at the same time. So there's this game called World of Warcraft, right? Now, there's this idea of resources, manufacturing time, expertise, personnel, logistics, infrastructure, okay? Now, WoW tends to kind of hand-wave a lot of that, but there was something they were weirdly consistent about for a long time, which was their gunships. Big old massive military airships, and they were expensive, and they were powerful, and they were they were the Star Destroyers of WoW for a huge period of time. And if you paid attention, and I pointed this out during the run, from Wrath, which is when they were introduced, all the way up to Legion, you can track each individual gunship across both sides. And anytime a gunship was lost, it was a huge freaking deal, right? It was a big loss. It was a big moment to lose one of their only gunships. So that was good consequence storytelling. Because, again, I don't necessarily need to find out that they need 15.7 million tons of iron or whatever to make the thing. But it made it clear that there was an infrastructure there. It made it more believable because there was consequence. Consequence for making those things, and then consequence when you lose them. Right? You with me? Then BFA came along. And BFA had both sides just suddenly having, I think we counted up to a total of 9, I want to say it was, gunships out of nowhere. They just magic them into existence. On both sides, by the way. They just became a part of random overworld event quests, like just Legion, or not Legion, sorry, the War Invasions, whatever they were called. There would just be airships there. It's like, yep, there's another one. And here's another one. So that's consequence storytelling and an absence of consequence storytelling side by side. And yeah, plenty of games lean into this sort of thing. Final Fantasy XII, one of the things I loved so much about it, while it has many, many issues narratively, is that it very much leans heavily on consequence storytelling. When the I think it's the 12th fleet? Or maybe it's the 5th fleet. The one with the Leviathan. When they lose the fleet the Leviathan was in, that is a sea change. That is actually like the fulcrum point of the entire story, if you sit back and pay attention to it. Because all of a sudden, every faction involved is like, whoa! And there's this giant gaping hole in the Arcades line. And yeah, exactly. There's not just another super ultra doom warship 3 hours later. They did mention the Alexander, but the Alexander actually showed up before that. Because yeah, exactly. They lost a fleet. That was a big deal. And yeah, Guild Wars 2 does the same thing. When they lose the Pact fleet, that is a big freaking deal. Especially since it was a great way to establish Mordremoth, because they'd used a Pact fleet to defeat the previous dragon, Zaitan. So, like, losing a fleet to the next one was just was a big deal and had consequences and changed their modus operandi and helped to establish a new villain. Consequence storytelling, right? One of my biggest gripes, really? One of my biggest gripes with FF13 is that it doesn't really have consequence storytelling because things just kind of happen. You know? There's just, so I mentioned the military, and they have this massive, huge military. Yeah, get the grips in here. Come on, let's go. Move the props. Props to grips people, by the way. I actually was a really good friend. I actually dated a grips girl back in high school. She was awesome, and I have a lot of respect for the grips too. But FF13, I'm curious if anyone else wants to jump on this, but from memory, especially having done the lore run, FF13 just kind of doesn't have consequence storytelling. In several respects, because they wanted something and they didn't think about how to get there. I can actually use another example of something that tends to not have consequence storytelling. It's called Star Trek. In Star Trek, stuff just kind of happens because the plot needs it to. It is the exceptions where these kind of moments matter. It's worth noting that one of the biggest reasons why Best of Both Worlds nailed it so hard is because the disaster at Wolf 359 had consequences. That was a big deal. TNG never got away from the shadow of Wolf 359, and it directly informed both DS9 and the start of Voyager, which makes sense. It was a big deal. It was one of the rare times there was some actual consequence there. But for the most part, Star Trek just kind of does whatever. So yeah. Here's Sid. Yeah, exactly, Luke. Here's Sid, and he's a brigadier general, and he's in charge of this entire massive ship with his entire massive fleet with tons of resources and tons of military. Why? Please keep in mind, I don't remember the exact number, but please keep in mind that in the backstory, they haven't had a military conflict in, I think it's like 2 centuries. Now, I hate to tell you this, but 2 centuries is a really long time. I think it's actually more than 2 centuries. Forgive me. I should look that up before I just start saying this. Let's assume it's a century, because believe it or not, 1 century is still a fairly long time period. Here we go. Let's glance at this. How long has it been? But they wanted to have their sci-fi aesthetic, and they wanted to have their evil empire with guns and ships and hardware, because the evil empire always has the best toys. Yeah, exactly, Poke. And that's what they wanted, and that's not consequent storytelling. That's the whole problem. Okay, here we go. Give me a second. Oh, I'm sorry. It's been 600 years. I'm sorry. It's been 600 years since they've had a war. Since they've had any kind of military conflict. So I want you to imagine that this organization maintains this regimental... No, I'm starting at the timeline right now. It's 600 BF, and the game is in 1. So technically it's 599 years ago. But whatever. 60 years? Sure, right? I could kind of vibe that. You know, maybe if it's been 10 years, I don't know. 600! This is... Yeah, Pulse hasn't done anything in 6 centuries. The problem is this has a bit of a knock-on effect. This is why I bang on about consequence storytelling so much. Because if there is an absence of consequence storytelling, it leaves the player thinking, why? Because what Valerian's saying would make so much sense. Imagine for a moment if SciComm and their big fancy ships and all that are terrible. Like they're amateur. To the point where they are, in gameplay terms, they're the low-level crap, right? They're the guys that get the fancy uniform and get the fancy gun and have no idea how to use it, right? And then the people who, like the Guardian Corps, who actually go out and deal with stuff, hypothetically at least. They're the ones who have actual experience and actual training and, have the ability to coordinate as a team and actually have procedures and formations and all that fun stuff, right? Yeah, the Throns, like there would be some logic behind doing that, but instead they just wanted the big evil empire with the big fancy guns and the big fancy toys, so they did it. And that is what the opposite of consequence storytelling is in a nutshell. It is because. Sometimes it's because plot, sometimes it's because vibe or theme or whatever, but it's just because. Why do they have this massive military? Because. Why is every person on this entire cocoon deathly afraid of individuals they haven't seen in 6 centuries? Because. Oh, I know propaganda is a hell of a thing. I do, but I have a hard time believing that this level of fever pitch fear is the kind of thing that can be maintained for half a millennium of nothing. Why is it there? Because. And if this sounds familiar, what this is really, if we zoom this in a bit, a lot of my issues here come down to the same thing that we've already complained about in this very game, which is scale. Remember, it's the size of North America. No, it isn't. Cocoon. Yeah, imagine, oh God, I don't even have a proper comparison point for that. Imagine if everyone in the United States right now was desperately afraid of the Prussians. This isn't even a great example. I should probably go back even further. But, like, imagine if we were like, oh my God, at any moment the Prussians might show up and invade. You don't know. You don't know. It's any second now. Yeah, the Gauls. Oh, that's even better. That's much better. The Gauls. The Gauls are going to show up. The Carolingian Empire is just sitting there waiting for a sign of weakness. There is some logic to them being afraid, but you get my point, though, right, Valerie? Scale is, as usual, the problem here, because Cocoon is not the size of North America, and 600 years is stupid. FF10 actually has this exact same problem. Something I'll never forget is when I was doing the original marathon of FF10, I was talking about how logical, how much sense it made that these people had to deal with sin like every decade or two, right? You get a decade of peace and freedom to rebuild whatever huts and villages you can and to have babies to keep the species going. And then sin attacks again. And that was such a wonderful, amazing atmosphere and vibe. And then when it came to the lore run, I actually did research and behind-the-scenes insight into figuring out what the hell was going on. And I found out that, no, actually, the last sin attack was 500 years ago. What? And it ruined it. It completely ruined it. And the reason it ruined it was because someone didn't think about it. Someone didn't sit back and think about that and actually put some real logic into how that works. Because if you just play FF10, it really, everything they talk about and everything they convey gets across the idea that sin is a non-stop issue. It's at the forefront of everyone's mind, and it's something they always have to deal with. But other than the previous attack, which was about 10 years ago, the previous one before sin was 5 centuries ago. And I'm sorry, 5 centuries is a long freaking time. I hate to bash this point in, but you see how it kind of ruins it. Yeah, 500 years is basically an eternal calm. God. Like, I want you to imagine for a moment, just bear with me. I want you to imagine in real life, if we had 5 centuries of peace worldwide, if we just have 500 years of Wiku, think about that. And then sin shows up. It's like, oh my God, you could do that, by the way. You could make that work. That's just a different tone. It's a different vibe. It's a, oh my God, what is this ancient and horrible thing? What is attacking us? I don't understand. Ah! Quick, check the ancient records. I found some references to some kind of horrible sin. Oh, what was the sin? No, you don't understand. The creature was the sin. Oh my God, it's our sin manifested? What do we do? You know, it's a different vibe. You could have made that work, but they didn't. They wanted it to be the doom and gloom thing. And they failed at it because they didn't understand scale. Is that today, Trihexia? Thank you, Oculus, for the sub. Always appreciate it. I'm sorry for getting like wound up about this. That's because Troy Baker is awesome. It's tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead. We'll do that live. Why not? Why not? I don't think Valerian minds. Do you mind, Valerian? Yeah, it's only a partner showcase, but there might be something cool. You never know. Got Survivor, Vermintide 2, Jedi, Fallen Order. Yeah, actually, Lord of the Rings does a pretty good job about that, because Sauron hasn't been around in a really long time. And some people don't even know he exists. A lot of the information about Sauron come from the immortal people who remember when he was around last time. And a huge branch of people don't believe he's back because that, why, huh? What are you talking about? Well, the reason, it's not just the fact that it's a big deal for me. You're right. You're absolutely right. It is a big deal for me, 100%. But the thing that really gets to me about this lack of consequence is how much it pushes me out of an otherwise interesting story. FF10 is probably the example of that, because FF10, I'm just like, yes. Yes, oh my god, this is so horrifying, and these poor people, and this dread, this overwhelming gloom that sits on FF10 like a giant vat of whale blubber is so awesome, and it adds so much to the vibe and atmosphere, and it's all a lie. Because there is no blubber, there's nothing, everything's fine. Exactly, I got invested in FF10 before I found out that it was wrong. It's just a strange sentence, but I'm sure a lot of you in chat know what I'm talking about and know what that feels like. Like, oh, I'm so into this. Yeah, and it's also this. Oh. Okay. Like, oh, man, I'm really into Harry Potter. It's so great. Yeah, by the way, she was with Jeffrey Epstein. Oh. Okay. Anyways. Sorry, bad example, but you get my point. And yeah, this is one of the reasons so many of us treat headcanon as something that actually counts. Something that's relevant. Yeah, by the way, as much as I praise WoW to hell and back, WoW has this exact same problem. I just mentioned this in BFA. But also the 10,000 years thing. The reason I bang on about the 10,000 years thing so much is, first of all, 10,000 years is a ludicrous amount of time. But second of all, if you really zoom out the camera, let's do this for a second. Let's bash WoW. Just for you, Blade Javal. Just for you. Let's look at the WoW timeline, okay? So over here, we have a major event, like that's the forming of the Burning Legion. It's a big deal. Then we have the Ordering of Azeroth. Okay, big deal. And pretty shortly after that, we have the foundation of the Troll Empire. That's the Zandalari, which is then taken over and consumed by the Night Elf Empire under Ashara. Then the War of the Ancient happens. So this is a lot of stuff all happening over here. Then we have to fast forward about 8,000 years where nothing happens. Scooch forward a little bit. Then we have the Troll Wars, which is a major sea change for the setting and has a lot of effects on everything. Then we fast forward 2,000 years. Another jump forward. It's only 2,000 years this time. Then we have the War of the Three Hammers, which basically establishes our new timeline and status quo for the dwarves and how they interact with each other. Then we have to skip forward another 150 years, and then stuff starts happening. And at that point, I can't summarize anymore, because if you were to like put a data point here, this would just be a solid bar of events, right? Pretty much the moment the Dark Portal opens. You can actually probably trace this to the Null War, but pretty much the moment the Dark Portal opens, stuff doesn't stop happening, right? It's just this non-stop cavalcade of stuff happening. But the weird thing is, a lot of the stuff over here makes sense. With a couple of exceptions, most of this over here makes sense, and there's some reasonable time frames and reasonable usage of time. They even have reasonable usage of time travel. But you have to acknowledge the 8,000-year gap, the 2,000-year gap, and the 150-year gap, all of which have nothing. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Look up when the Old Republic was founded in Star Wars sometime, if you really want to go down the rabbit hole on that. I'll look it up for you. Hang on, because this is hilarious. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Here it is. The Old Republic was founded 25,000 years ago. Before the Battle of Yavin. In fact, it is specifically the year 25,053 BBY. Oh, I'm not even like even 4,000 years is nonsense. The formation of the Republic just says everything it needs to. 25,000 years ago. Moving on. Like at a certain point, like pretty much the moment you hit a millennia, the eyes just start to dull a little bit, like you know, just glass eyes and dead eyes kind of a thing. It's like, yeah, it was 15,000 years ago. Okay, it was 87,000 years ago. Okay, it was 342,000 years ago. There's no difference at a certain point in time. There's no difference because you're already just so far off the scale that it's just noise. I'm getting off topic. Consequent storytelling. So. Yeah, the centuries range. Centuries are already long periods of time, but honestly, human beings can at least comprehend a century, right? It's not that hard to think about the 1920s, to put it into a very simple perspective. Most people in chat right now, if not all of you, could probably sit in your head, have a fairly cohesive idea of the 1920s and everything from there to now, right? It's still a huge chunk of time, let's be clear. Lots of stuff has happened there, but you can comprehend it. Now scooch back 2 centuries to 1820s. A little bit harder. Starting to get a little rough. And yet, no, exactly, Blair. As with most things, this is also true over in FF10. As with most things, if they thought about this and they put some work and effort into making this work, it probably would. They actually probably could sit down and make this work. They just don't. They do have some implication. We haven't seen the implication yet, really, but I've actually been paying attention to that. Anyways, forgive me. The more I analyze this, the more I think that the main issue with this game is specifically the fact that they had 3 writers who couldn't agree with each other. Like, imagine for a moment if me, Blade Traval, and let's see, who's someone else would Loke, because we all 3 of us disagree about everything. Oh, let's throw Huthor in there for fun. All 4 of us have to write something. It doesn't even matter what it is, because we all just disagree about everything. And so we spend our entire time, rather than working through it, it's just like, and the result is FF13.
Hi, Sid. Thanks for the escort.
Apologies. I just had a few questions to ask you. If it works like they tell us, that means she must have fulfilled her focus.
Sarah!
Fulfilled her focus. As a tainted pulse l'Cie, that is.
You think she was out to hurt Cocoon?
I'd hardly be alone if I did. When it comes to Pulse, who could claim to know anything? I need the truth, for the sake of Cocoon.
Okay, pause. The voice acting job in this game is very mixed, but God, whoever plays Sid is just so... Who does play Sid? Hold on. Hold up. It's Ben Smack. Thank you, Ben Smack, for voicing Sid. Always appreciate you. Your sacrifice is not in vain. Damn it, Mr. It. I've heard your voice. This isn't you. You're better than this. Why'd you do it? Why'd you do it? No, I'm sorry. There he is. Eric Davies. Oh, wow. That can't be right. That can't be right. Hang on, hang on. Hang on. Wow. Other than one quick role in Smite, his role as Sid was his last role. I'm not going to say this was career poison, but he was a semi-prolific voice actor, and then his last role was as Sid in FF13 3 specifically, and then he did a one-off thing in Smite, and then that's it. His career ended right there. Wow. Obviously, he was actually in World of Warcraft as voice. That's vanilla specifically, and I do not recognize his voice well enough to point to that. Yeah. He voiced Azuma in Ghost of the Shell Standalone Complex. I'm going to admit that I don't know who that is. And Hazama in BlazBlue. Yeah. Yeah, that's oh wow. He also this is funny, he voices Soma Cruz, but only in Harmony of Despair, nothing else. I understand, but you get my point. He apparently also did some live action acting. Whatever. That's What? Sorry, one second. Oh, wow. Okay, anyways.
The sake of Cocoon. We're from Cocoon. Shipping us out, purging innocent people. That's how you lend us a hand?
Those are the Sanctum's methods. The public fears what it doesn't know. It's grown tired of living in constant terror of these threats from the world.
I'm sorry to jump on this again, but his words, not mine. Constant terror from the threats below.
So, the Sanctum devised a plan for you, Lassie.
I'll bet.
A public execution. The people don't know any better. Strike down the phantoms before their eyes, and they sleep like babes.
No!
The Sanctum has intelligence on the other Lassie already. It's only a matter of time.
You'll never catch them.
I see. We'll need your help then, won't we?
I hate his voice actor so much. Or his voice acting, excuse me. Yep.
You're kidding, right?
I mean it.
You can't drop the breakup bomb like that. Being alone's all right, I guess. Yep. Always was until we met. Then we did. And now I know there's something better. Being with you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I get that this is trying to be romantic and sweet, but I really want you to think about that for a second. Being lonely is fine, but, like, I'd rather be with you. Like, That's your big argument. That's your big argument.
We've come too far to quit now.
It's not your choice.
You really want to leave me?
I don't want to. I have to. Listen, it's over. Please, just stay away from me.
What happened? At least tell me that.
Yeah, by the way, she is just tiny.
Just say it.
Okay.
Like, I can't show it properly. Her arms are so tiny. I would make fun, but I actually dated a girl like this back in my 20s who was just this tiny, tiny person. Tiny is the wrong word. She was actually my height. So I guess skinny is the word? Like, her arms... I could wrap my hand fully around her arms. They were so skinny. And that's what I'm just reminded of looking at her. Like, she's just this twig. She's a walking twig monster. And I hate people that are that skinny. Why are you so skinny? Damn you, Rex! Damn you! Sorry.
Look.
Look at her arms! They're so small. They're so small. Oh my god.
I'm Lucy,
Is there any muscle in there?
enemy of Cocoon. Danger to us all. Get it now? You're my enemy. Goodbye.
Yeah, by the way, he's 6'7". He is a giant. I'm sorry. You ever met someone who's 6.5 feet tall in real life? Because you probably had to do this.
Sarah!
Yep. Yes, Gabe, thank you. I saw that it was in the background for Mathos.
Sarah, where are you?
Isn't this a place in 13 too? Ah, whatever. Even on the sand, we have to have the footsteps. I'm sorry, listen to his footsteps. Really listen to this for a second.
Daddy, where do waves come
Yep, this is why Luna is the best character in Expedition 33.
You and Sarah have a fight?
No. Good morning, Bregman. Hey, Bregman. Clop, 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 clop.
Sarah! What is your focus? Let's see, have a focus, right? I'll go with you, help you do it. Just let me.
No. If you're with me, the sanctum
I will be with you. No matter what. We've come too far to quit now.
It's called the sunk cost fallacy, and it ruins relationships the world over.
I don't know. I don't know my focus. I'm gonna be a monster.
Not if I'm here. I'll protect you.
so much taller than... Sorry.
We'll figure this out. Do it together. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, part of the reason I looked at the skybox earlier, Mook, was I was trying to see if there was anything there indicating that we're on the interior of a shell. There was not.
If it's true what they say,
Yeah.
when we're finished, I'll turn to Crystal.
Don't worry. When the Sea complete their focus, they're blessed with the gift of eternity. They wouldn't call it eternity if you died. You'll see.
Snow? Buddy? My boogie?
Always be together.
Even if death was all that she had waiting, nothing would have changed. Sarah was brave enough to face it.
Also, a fresh reminder, let's see your dicks. Sorry, falsy. Oh my god, I keep doing it myself. Gods are dicks. Okay, let's just get that out there. What's funny is I also think the romance in FF8 completely fell apart for more or less the same reason, too. I have said this jokingly. Oh, by the way, we're actually officially out of the Vile Peaks now. I've said this jokingly, but it is not actually a joke to say that the first time in the English version that Squall and Renoa show any real, like, romantic inclinations towards each other is when she's in a coma. I mean, she flirts with him constantly because he's hot. No judgment. I mean, I'd mount him too. But the first time there's anything like approaching any kind of reciprocation or mutual connection is when she's in a coma.
That'll slow down pursuit.
But aren't there troops on this side? We can't relax just yet.
Right. We press on. I'll take point. You watch our backs.
Actually, why don't you let me take point?
Can you handle it?
No.
It's not a question of can or can't.
Now you're learning. Keep your eyes front. I'll watch the rear.
Got it.
Lightning, please stop staring at Hope's rear. Okay, we did it. We are officially, formally, no really, out of the Vile Peaks. Yeah, we can actually dog? We could dog those encounters. We could dodge encounters here. I also rather like this song, so that's nice too. Yeah, no, we really shouldn't dodge that much.
Got your back. You call the shots now. Don't stray too far.
So I think for the second time in the game, I can actually swing a brickwork positive.
Don't be afraid.
Just block out everything else. How about this, Light? Thank you. Would this work better like?
Be ready for the next fight.
That's true, Easel. We spend a fairly huge portion of the game pre-pulse in the duo setup.
We can use the lights as a guide to keep us moving in the right direction.
And yeah, the fact that she just turned on a dime is really the issue. As usual, execution is really the problem here. Listen, if there's one thing I learned being an amateur archaeologist while banging my hot husband/wife, it was to be a dick. No, this is Liara after dating Renegade Shep.
Just another battle.
Don't worry, this is not the last time that Lightning will have a turn on a dime character point. That won't matter at all.
It's a surefire way to get ambushed.
Yeah, just to demonstrate. Oh, okay. I guess I shouldn't do it here. Never mind. So let's check Discord here. Let's see, what do we got going on? Ah! What is that picture, Valerian? Like I think I get it, and I hate you. Bury it. You monster!
Right behind you.
You know, that's an interesting question, Blade Duvall. She probably would have been in this group.
Been here before? On duty, I mean.
No, I haven't. This area is covered by the Woodlands Observation Battalion. You scared?
I'm terrified.
I'm ready to fight if I have to.
To keep you safe. I'll want it back.
Now remember, when you see Snow, stab him with this as hard as you can.
I'm glad I followed you. By myself, I would have had no chance.
Time to move.
Now look into the blade, Hope. I'm kidding. What I find funny, Valerian may or may not find this funny. Good morning, Evo. Is I can't stand Hope. I have never liked Hope. I want him to die. I want him to die! But, I have yet to be able to come up with what I would call a review reason to give him a negative. Yeah, personal dislike does not equal a negative. That is not how that works. Despite what some people say. I shouldn't let that bother me as much as I do, but it really pisses me off when people conflate my reviews with just my opinion.
We gotta check that out.
Well, okay, I guess.
Trust me to cover your tail, and stay focused on moving forward.
You know, it's not like I have literal years of experience and receipts to prove that I don't do that, but, you know, it's whatever. I've always wondered why these parts are just broken. Like, why is there ruins here? Right, like, this looks like more ruins, but why? Why is this chunk of road broken? They never answer that, do they? To my knowledge. Oh, you know what? I bet you they did answer it. In the most amazing way possible. In the data log. Here we go, here we go. Gapra Whitewood. The Gapra Whitewood is the border zone that separates the wilderness of the Vile Peaks from the civilization of Palamporum. Under the jurisdiction of the Sanctum Military, the Whitewood serves as an experimental facility for bioweapons. The security of the classified area is built into its design. The paths wind through the trees, deliberately confusing, causing... It's a narrow path! It's one narrow path! Causing intruders to become hopelessly lost. There's Palamporum. Hey, we haven't even been there yet. There's Eden. We also haven't been there yet. The Vile Peaks. They never did explain what the edge is, and to this day I don't know what it is. I don't think I'm ever going to at this point. I mean, any character can be salvaged by a great actor. They don't always get that salvage, but they can be.
Just block out everything else.
So, at least, I'd say a third of my irritation with Hope, because I can talk about why he irritates me, is because of his initial motivation and how stupid it is. I understand that he's a child, but can I just say really quick that children are not stupid? It's actually a huge pet peeve of mine when fiction writes a child to be stupid, and like that's their primary characterization, is that they're an idiot. They almost always do it to excuse fake drama too, if you pay attention. Or to have them do something that kickstarts the plot, or, you know, whatever. So, I understand that what Hope went through is traumatizing. That makes perfect sense. I understand he's very emotional right now. That makes perfect sense. He watched Snow do everything in his power. Watched! He was actually watching while Snow was going out of his way to try and save his mother. Like, the fact that he doesn't focus so much of his ire at Sanctum, or the Foul Sea, or both, is kind of strange to me. Because that's a much more overt and apparent blame figure that he could push his mother's death onto. Especially in the state of emotional vulnerability. But no, the real reason Hope pisses me off so much, we actually haven't reached yet, believe it or not. I can actually explain that, though. It's not a spoiler. So, spoilers, eventually Hope is going to get over it. Insert me in here. So, eventually Hope is going to finally get over it and understand that Snow isn't some cackling, evil, mustache-twirling, top-hat-wearing, monocle-wielding idiot who murdered his mother. And then he's going to move on from that and go into some other thing. It's quite a ways into the game.
Are you okay?
And that's actually the problem right there. So you remember how Lightning goes through her character arcs like they're going out of style? Hope takes way too long to go through what is effectively his only character arc. This is why I talk about things like pacing, by the way. Too fast and too slow are both things. So there's a scene quite a ways in. We're not there yet, obviously.
Uses this place for bioweapons research. Lots of angry teeth and claws.
So, it's going to take us a while to get there. And when we finally do, he'll finally have his big confrontation with Snow. And by that point, I was already sick of it. And not exactly particularly fond of the game in general. And by the time we got to that point, I just wanted to smack him. Because it wasn't an interesting story arc to begin with. It should have been wrapped up way earlier. And they should have started moving on to, like, another arc for Hope. Possibly another arc with Snow and Hope. Or maybe they should have actually had Hope and Snow team up together instead of Hope and Lightning, which doesn't really do anything for his character. This is more about her. There's an upcoming scene which is actually more about her character, and he doesn't have to even be present for. But instead, he's off doing a solo adventure right now, and failing at recruiting Fang to the party. Good job, Snow. And it's a combination of things. By the end of it, I was just like, okay. I don't care. But I did want to talk about one thing. Valerian mentioned as an aside that he thinks that Hope is kind of autistic coded. Let me start by saying that if it's true, I don't think it was deliberate.
That'll help you form a strategy.
But I wanted to share an anecdote about that. How many of you are familiar with a character over in Star Trek named Reginald Barclay? Now, some of you already know where I'm going with this, but in the off chance you don't. Barclay is fully autistic. Fully on the spectrum. He's also a great character who happens to be played by a fantastic actor. So, hey, props to him. But here's the thing. He was 100% not written to be autistic. I'm not sure that... So you have to understand that when it comes to writers, there's like these layers of information dissemination that you have to go through before a writer finally gets access to information. I know this sounds strange, but just bear with me for a second. Because if you research any given topic, like autism, you'll find that people have been studying it for 50, 60, 70 years. Our own current studies in real life go back before any of us were born, right? But nobody knew about that. It wasn't widely spread information. That's the highest level of information. The researchers who are pushing the limits of knowledge and understanding of things. You with me? Then below the actual researchers who are actually pushing the boundaries of our understanding, there usually tends to be a layer of hobbyists. These are the people who have a tremendous investment in those kind of things, and so they follow research journals and they follow those kind of things for whatever reason. There's plenty of reasons to do that. And then past them, you get the people whose job it is to look into these kind of things as part of a consultant job, or maybe it's just something that is relevant to their interests or whatever. Then we start to get to the professionals. This is where the writers should sit, usually. So 3 steps removed from knowledge existing in human existence, it finally reaches the writers. This is why most writers will not write about stuff until it's already gone through the ringer and has already been a thing for many, many years. Does this make sense? This is a very common concept. You can track this across all of human history, right? The thing is, in reality land, writers usually aren't in the 3rd or 4th range down. They're usually a step even further down from that, because the step further down from that is general, cultural consciousness, civilization consciousness, like general knowledge, right? Nowadays, most people know at least a little bit what autism is and means. You rewind time 20 years ago and most people hadn't even heard of it. You with me? That final step is pretty much as far, and that's actually a bit of a gradient. There's like it's a slow spread of information across it. Most writers don't start to write something until it hits that range. The reason all of this is relevant is because when the episodes with Reginald Barclay were being written, yeah, no kidding, he's look at him, Cena. When the internet was, when the episodes that were introducing Reginald Barclay were written, autism was still in like the consultant / hobbyist range. Most people had never even heard of it. Most people never heard of the spectrum. Most people were still beginning to study and understand it. Even at the researcher level, we were still trying to figure out what the hell was going on with our own brains, right? The reason I'm saying all of this is I'm just showing receipts, you know I like to be thorough, that there is no way in hell that they deliberately wrote Barclay to be autistic. It's not possible. But Barclay was specifically modeled after Michael Piller, who is autistic. He didn't know that at the time, but he put himself into that role. He helped write most of what Barkley originally was, and that helped inform the character going forward. And that's why Barkley is autistic. That's why Barkley is on the spectrum, is because he was written based on someone who was. Nobody knew that at the time. And you see why I think this is relevant to Hope. Because even in 2009, so somewhere in like the 2006 and 7 range is probably when this is being written, it still wasn't super common knowledge. It wasn't still down here in the cultural osmosis range or the public consciousness range about the spectrum. So I'm reasonably certain that Hope was not deliberately written this way. He was probably modeled after someone or someones that the writers were aware of, and that kind of just naturally lent itself towards this mentality. Sorry, it's a lot of words to say that. I apologize.
What is it?
We need to hide. They don't seem like they're even looking for us. I mean, we're Lassie and we're on the loose.
SciComm's keeping it all under wraps. They don't want their failure publicized. Better to lose us than lose their pride.
So the other soldiers don't know about us, right?
Right. They don't know anything about any fugitives.
It's a weird line read. And no, as of this moment in time, I've not seen any loot that has been worth grabbing from a chest. I'm sure there will be at some point. I would say there's one exception to that, Ross.
Concentration's important, but never lose sight of what's happening around you.
I can't either, Easel, but I'm paying attention as we go, because that's part of the review. Distribution of items throughout an area is absolutely part of itemization. I've been wondering what's going on with the voice direction of this game. This is well after they'd standardized and codified the procedures in Square Enix that really pushed their localization teams forward. Like, we're in a post-Chrono Cross, post-Xenogears world here, right? Yeah, FF12 kind of crushed it on localization and on voice direction. And yeah, early FF14 just kind of had an absence of voice direction. It is very strange to consider. I mean, I have many issues with FF15. Voice direction is not one of them. I know that was a little bit after this, but still. I mean...
Would this work better, Light?
Yeah, it is funny to look at it, Giga.
Maybe we should try something else.
Maybe we'll go back. It's like, I don't know. Like I said, there are games after this that do really well in the localization and voice direction, so I have no idea what's going on here. 16's voice direction was excellent. I mean, I know we all point to Clive as being phenomenal, because, you know, Betstar's amazing. But honestly, I'm going to point to the Cid from 16 for just kind of crushing it. You know? Yeah, 16 had excellent localization and excellent voice direction and voice acting. Much props. I mean, even Ultima, they did some good stuff with. Aw. If it makes you feel under evil, I'm pretty sure that my great-grandfather was fully autistic. I'm not sure. He's dead. He's been dead for a long time. So it's kind of presumptive. Yeah, Byron was amazing. Absolutely.
Amazing! Thanks.
I got your back.
It was actually close.
We should try something else.
Yeah. I wish Square would put some of the money FF14 makes back into it. We were talking about that when we were doing the WoW GAs. For as much as we all spit venom at Warlords, for, you know, being Warlords, we wouldn't have modern WoW without Warlords. They sacrificed an entire expansion to just pulling everything forward. In so many ways that I actually can't summarize it. That is... It was such a colossal overhaul. Under the hood, engine-wise, rendering-wise, model-wise, animation-wise, rigging-wise, cutscene-wise, and how it handled inventory, and how it handled quest flagging, and how it handled interactions with other players. Warlords dragged WoW forward. Yeah, exactly. Warlord's biggest sin is the content that isn't there. Yeah, exactly, Blade Javal. Like, I actually give current Blizzard a lot of credit because, you know, they're probably one of the best gaming companies out there right now, which is sort of sad. It's true. It's just sad. Wow, that's just not worth anything. But one of the things I will always give them credit for is from Cataclysm onwards, they started actually putting some of the money WoW was making back into WoW.
Good decisions.
In fact, you might find this funny. From a behind-the-scenes perspective, there are 2 expansions in WoW history where they started really dumping some of the money WoW makes back into WoW, back into the development of WoW. Can anyone guess what both of them are? I just told you one of them was Kata. Can anyone guess what the other one was? You know, I kind of wish anything told me that, Rex, so I could have made such an informed decision. But thank you for telling me that. Shadowlands is actually a good guess. But the real answer is Dragonflight. And let me tell you, it shows. It has been argued that from the perspective of AAA gaming or modern capitalist society or, you know, whatever money-grubbing nonsense you want to think about, that WoW is non-sustainable because WoW actually doesn't make that much money right now. They have a very, very large series of teams, people whose entire jobs it is to coordinate across these teams, and tons of resources to constantly be able to continue developing new mechanics, new engine updates, etc. They are reinvesting heavily into WoW. It's still making money, but you know the problem. Making money is not what capitalist society wants. They want to make all the money. So, it's another reason I'm worried about WoW's future. Yeah, at some point in time, some asshole in his suit's gonna be like, why aren't we making more money? Why are we reinvesting into our product? Ugh. We should just fire all these people.
It's one of the bulkhead fallacy. Stay on
Listen, who cares about that, Mook? I want to make sure that I get a slightly larger return this quarter. I wonder how long that's going to last, Valerian. Because, yeah. But yeah, no, sorry. I didn't mean to get to talk about WoW. I really wanted to talk about FF14. Yeah, no kidding, Loke. The good news is, literally like 2 days ago, the Blizzard QA team's union, yes, they have a QA union, finally signed a very good contract. Don't mistake me, it could be better, and I hope it does eventually become better. But it's a really good first start. Anyway, sorry. The overall point I was trying to get to is I wish that FF14 would... Excuse me, I wish Square would cycle more of its money back into FF14. See you around, Loke. Like, yeah, some of you have been questioning why I'm worried about FF14's future. Please keep in mind that right now, FF14 is keeping Square afloat. And that new holding company wants to increase shareholder value. That's their statement, not mine. Which specifically tends to mean less cycling money back into the product and more cycling it back into the hands of the shareholders.
Gotta be stronger.
So, if I have to line that up, I think right now Square doesn't reinvest enough money back into FF14. It's gonna go down. Right? It's gonna go down. And that's why I'm worried.
I wonder how the others are doing.
They're dead, Hope.
Saz and Vanille? Who knows? Even if they got away, they'll get caught eventually. Then they'll have to choose. Resist, or surrender.
Surrender. Do you think he's still alive?
You mean Snow? He's too stubborn to die. And that's his best quality. He's arrogant and chummy from the get-go. He thinks he's everybody's pal. Never liked him much. He leads around a bunch of kids. Gang called Nora.
Where'd they get the name Nora?
It's a stupid acronym. Their little code stands for no obligations, rules, or authority. Must be nice.
It's irresponsible.
Well then.
Yoshi P is many things, but I've never known him to be an overhyper. Well, you see, Evo, because she's strong, but beautiful, but strong. I'm sorry, I have to meme on it.
There are a lot of feral creatures here too. They're a little different from the military breed. This is an army facility for turning wildlife into weapons.
That is the second time you've told me that, Lightning.
Aliens aren't allowed in here, are they?
We'll have to be sure and tell them if we see any.
Why does this warrant a pop-up? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Hang on. I realize this is going to come across as nitpicking, but there's no reason for this pop-up. We have already seen multiple times in the Vile Peaks, especially, where there's an interactable you have to interact with to progress, which you can't because there's enemies nearby. So this here has a pop-up which tells you, and I'm just going to read this word for word in case you think I'm exaggerating. These open-air pens, designed to restrain experimental bioweapons, are equipped, hey, it's snowing, are equipped with electromagnetic containment fences linked to a site-wide biorhythmic monitoring system. Fences deactivate automatically when biorhythms for known high-risk species are no longer detected in their proximity. Translation: clear the trash to progress forward. And if you remember, I already made a whole point earlier about mentioning how you can't flee from battles in this game because you have to fight stuff to progress. Which in and of itself is not necessarily a bad thing. A lot of games do that. But then why are you giving me this pop-up telling me this thing that has already been tutorialized to me? Yeah, you were already clearly encouraged to just clear and sweep. In some cases, it's mandated. So now it's also mandated? I don't know. I don't know. Again, that's not negative worthy. I have to comment on that, because what? Anyways.
Fences are for containing the animals. If we take care of our penmates, they should power down.
And Lightning just repeated it for us. In the off chance that we didn't read the mandatory pop-up. Guys, I've played video games before. I know what a red wall is. It doesn't make it good, he's all... You know, games like this really make me appreciate core Nintendo games. I know that's a weird segue, but like, core Nintendo games do so much right in conveyance and escalation, right? Tutorialization through gameplay and natural diegetic interactions. And then actually escalating those concepts the game has already conveyed to you so that you feel like you're progressing, right? What am I doing?
Would this work better, Light?
I don't think I have an antidote yet. Occurred to me. I know nothing's as bad as Ni no Kuni. To date, by memory, I've never encountered a game worse tutorialized than Ni no Kuni. That's just... that's a whole thing. Well, it's just me, right? So... class identity is actually an extremely complex balancing act.
Be ready for the
Because the ideal is for every class to simultaneously be unique and equally useful. And in reality land, that is impossible. You have to pick one. I myself have used the terms homogenization and hyperspecialization to refer to these two extremes. And obviously it's a gradient between the two. If I might use a strange analogy, it's like sports, that is to say racing specifically. For those of you not aware, in Formula 1, the companies, the teams that put together the cars, have a lot of leeway in what goes on under the hood of that car. Now, that's actually been shrinking lately. That's a whole other topic. But the point is, the companies with the more money make better cars, and those cars race better. That's it. They're better cars, so they're at the head of the pack. The guys at the back of the pack do not have the ability to keep up. It is not physically possible. They do not have a good car. Their class is worse. You with me on this? Now, a lot of people don't like that, and for a lot of reasons. Look, Zira. And I just died while I was switching to heal.
I've got your back.
I'm sorry. I can't do this.
Did you see how Lightning just tried to cast heals on me? It's actually kind of cute. So, Listen, Zero. Risk your job. Do it, Zero. Be a rebel. Risk your job. But no, so this is a huge problem, obviously. Because a lot of people say they don't want the best cars at the front and the worst cars at the back. But the problem is, there are races where everyone races the exact same car. Obviously, there's stock car races and all that kind of stuff. But no, there's like a whole category of races across multiple countries and in multiple classifications and multiple tiers of quality, which all boil down to, we're all racing the exact same car. And let me tell you something. Those races are boring as sin. Because every car is the same. And the difference in driver quality, hypothetically, would improve the who's at the front and who's at the back. But it doesn't come down to that. It usually comes down to luck. Or the first person to make a mistake. When you are driving the same car as the person ahead of you, you don't have a lot of opportunities to pass them. You have to wait for an extremely huge window, which oftentimes takes multiple laps to even find. And you have to be making no mistakes the entire time. And they need to screw up. That's another thing, too. If we ever get a truly good driver in one of those series, they just win. They just dominate. It's just they're dominating because they're a better driver rather than they have a better car. And it's worth noting that this isn't linear. Obviously, there are some very good drivers at the head of the pack in something like, say, Formula 1. Ironically, an actual answer has already been posited for this and been thrown out the window because a lot of people said they wouldn't like it. The hypothetical answer was you have time races. In other words, get rid of the other cars on the track. And you do your laps. And then and you're timed. And we have tons of data on where you hit which points and what. And then the person who wins is the person who had the best time. At that point in time, a lot of that optimization is purely down to the individual driver and their skill, because they don't have to worry about the unlikelihood of being able to pass another car. But yeah, as you might imagine, that has never gone anywhere. There are actually some races that do this. Rallies is a good example of that. But there's a huge amount of European racing which has just looked at that and been like, nah. By the way, if you're ever interested in just like racing in general, Rally is a great place to get into it, because Rally is kind of in a really good sweet spot where the track matters and the car matters and the driver matters. Top Gear did do that kind of racing, you're absolutely right. Just you and the car and the track. I mean, true, Ross. But anyways, getting back a little bit, rewinding a little bit to class design. Well, this is not a perfect analogy, as indeed there is no such thing as perfect analogy, as Evo would be often fond of reminding me. If all the same general idea still exists, right? If every job is the same, the game gets boring. That's not presumptive. That's not my opinion. We have receipts, you know what I mean? We have many games across many years which show that if you standardize the classes, thank you, Evo, then the game gets boring. WoW itself has actually already been through this exact same cycle in the past, realized this problem, and went the other direction. And WoW has never kind of turned back from that. I shouldn't say that. WoW hasn't turned back from this since Dragonflight, because obviously. So for the last few years, WoW has been all in on class identity.
Let's keep this up.
Trying to make each class distinct and bring their own stuff to the table. Because one of the other weird problems there is that if, to use WoW again as a specific example, if you have a class that has something ludicrously useful, then you bring that class, period. Doesn't matter if the person is particularly good at the job, or if they want to be there, or if you want them to be there. You need a shaman, because you want that bloodlust. You need a shadow priest, because you need that mana regen. You need a druid, because you need that combat res, right? You also need a druid, because you want that innervate. Doesn't matter. Nothing else matters at that point. This is why I say that both ends are kind of not in a great spot, or aren't a great thing. You know, hyper-specialization and super-homogenization are both arguably bad, because both lead to knock-on problems on the rest of the game. There needs to be at least a bit of standardization, but the classes do need to feel distinct. One thing it took WoW forever to realize is that it's okay to balance the highest end of content separate from the rest of the game. It took them way too long to learn that. Because for the longest time they kept nerfing stuff because the top 1% of guilds were doing this one very specific thing that most players had never even heard of. I don't know if FF14 does this, by the way. I'm just commenting because I'm so much more familiar with WoW's history. Because, yeah, like, you balance your class... We've actually taught this. You balance your classes around both separately. Because you can do that. Yeah, exactly, Mook. So, that's actually a really good example. At the very beginning of Wrath, Death Knights were fun, interesting, useful, great visual flair. You know, they had a great storyline to them. They had great class identity. And the top 1% were abusing the hell out of certain aspects of the Death Knights classes to completely body certain content. So Death Knights got nerfed. All Death Knights.
Caged in like the animals.
Is this our third behemoth fight now? It is. This is our third behemoth fight. What is this one? A feral behemoth. Ooh. I'll even take you seriously.
Oh, come on, light and calm.
So what's the condition, Ross?
I've got your back.
Yeah, actually, Mook. Valid. Oh, we're already buffed, Pay attention, Mark. Lol, Ross. Well, no, yeah, you're actually quite correct, Easel. History has proven that people are always going to min-max the top percent. And you don't balance your game around that. You don't change your game to accommodate the people who are going to hyper-optimize. Or who are going to go on Icy Veins and look up the latest progs from people who are doing Mythic Plus 20. Don't design it around that. Instead, what you do is you design it around what you consider a majority of the content, to answer Escrew's question in Pacific. So, going back to Wrath, Death Knights went from being exceptionally useful, especially in dungeons and in the early raids, like the 10-man raids, to being carried by the other tanks as they just couldn't hang. So, there's your answer right there. Don't balance it around the 25-mans or the hard raids. Balance it around the 10-mans and the heroics, the dungeons. Some balance does need to exist, obviously. But if I'm going to quote myself, one of the biggest problems that most developers make in all of video games ever is they worship at the altar of balance. They think balance is the highest priority and everything else should be sacrificed to balance. And decades of analysis and history of gaming design have kind of proven that to be a wrong mentality. Balance almost always comes at the expense of fun. You spend fun to get balance, to put it into very abstract terms.
We've tripped the security alarm. The observation battalion will be coming.
Let them come.
I'll kill them all. God, Hope. Let them come. Frost boomerang hungers.
You can handle a climb like this.
Yeah, no, exactly, Escrew. Like, there's something satisfying about figuring out a weird, fun way to play through a game, right? I actually have a great example of that that's more relevant to the game we're playing right now. Final Fantasy V. For those of you not aware, you can actually play FF5 pretty straight, right? And just do a quote-unquote normal play... Woo, 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 woo. And we're dead. You can just do a pretty much normal playthrough of FF5, right?
I can't do this.
A white mage, black mage, and then like a monk who has knight armor and basic stuff like that. You can also break FF5 over your knee. And I enjoy the fact that they let you do that. I also enjoy the fact that there are some objectively bad options which you can do as a challenge mode. That is a good thing. Let us do that. Let us decide for ourselves how much we want to be overpowered or broken or challenged or just play at our own pace. Now, Blade Troll is correct. I've complained about this for years. FF14 has too many classes. They're honestly already, now, currently at the point where they have too many classes.
Here!
Like, there's no turning back. We're there. We're done. They need to stop adding classes.
Would this work better like...
Well, I was also at the point where they have too many classes. 100%. It's one of the reasons why when they announced a new spec for Demon Hunter, I was actually hesitant. I was just like, oh.
Ready for the next fight.
We really need another new spec in this game? Think about it from this perspective. Prior to Devourer, the last new spec that was added to WoW was in Legion. Oh, nope, that's wrong. It was in Dragonflight. Sorry, I keep forgetting Evoker exists. Sorry. Never mind, ignore me. Still, sorry. That actually still makes my point, just it's less of the point that I was trying to make. Two specs in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 expansions. Sorry, I don't know why I said specs. 2 classes in 5 expansions makes my point for me, just less so. Yeah, honestly, yeah, if we go back to vanilla, we've had Death Knight, Monk, Demon Hunter, and Evoker. 4 classes
Hey, I can tell you're hung up on
in
something.
like 10 expansions.
Is it the Lassie thing?
Is it the fact that you're utterly doomed, Hope? Are you bothered by the fact that you are turbo doomed and there is no hope? Get it?
It's snow, isn't it? What happened with him?
You wouldn't understand.
You and I are partners, Hope.
My mother was killed
No!
because of him.
No!
It's his fault. And he needs to pay for it. I'm not ready yet, but I will be soon.
Okay,
That's why I followed you.
so I could stab Snow.
Snow dragged us all into this. You and me, your sister Sarah,
Eh,
he's gotta pay.
and I love how Lightning's overall reaction is just like, okay, go stab him, I don't care.
I've gotta be stronger.
I'll take the lead.
Also, absolutely no reason, but now we shift to Lightning being our weak point again.
Time Time to move.
After having hope as our weak point for this whole time. Actually, I'm kind of curious of something. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, it kept my paradigms, thank God.
You just have to face your fear. Then you can take on anything.
Listen, Mr. Red, lightning. I'm sorry, I know I keep memeing on this, but I love the quote. Lightning is strong, but beautiful.
I'll never pull this off if I don't toughen up.
So, if I was in charge of 8.0, how would I change the tank role specifically? She's strong, Giga. Listen, that cape is standard issue for the Guardian Corps. Thank you very much. So, maybe Fang, Mr. Red. Maybe. Don't mistake me, I like Zaz, but mental strength is not his strong suit. Dude's been breaking this entire time, just quietly in the background. It's another reason he's such a good character. Anyways. So there's several ways you can design tank gameplay. It really boils down to 3 prongs. You can focus on, and you can, these are not mutually exclusive. So you've got survivability, making a lot of the gameplay about living. You've got holding aggro, and you've got utility, which is usually about things like positioning, mobility, ability to prevent certain status effects, stuff like that, right? That's your 3 prongs of tank gameplay. Now, I've said for years that I find survival gameplay to be more interesting than aggro-generating gameplay. And Lord knows that FF14 right now is focused more on aggro than it is on survivability, if I could just be blunt about that, at least from my own experience.
That wasn't so bad.
See, oh god, he really does just shove it up his ass. We just saw it live on camera. So what I think is I probably wouldn't try to change FF14 to be really, really focused on survivability. Even though I do think that's more interesting and more useful. That's my opinion, and it would be going contrary to the grain of what FF14 has been for years. Hell, even FF11, which, if we were to go back to that, is far more focused on generating aggro than anything else. So what I would probably do is lean into that a bit. Lean into making aggro generation more interesting. Back in several MMOs, there were usually a lot of abilities that don't really do damage to speak of. They just generate threat. And you can play with that, right? You can make combos, you can make things that do specific debuffs that you can then use another ability that procs on the debuff, etc., etc., right? You got primers and catalysts, all kinds of fun stuff. So there's a lot of gameplay, a lot of mechanics that could go around survivability. Sorry, the wrong thing. Around aggro generation, excuse me. And I feel like I would lean into that more. I would probably try to lower the focus on survivability at least. And I've actually put some thought into this. I think the main thing I would probably do in FF14 is bake a larger amount of tank survivability into the passive they get for being a tank. And don't mistake me, tank cooldowns are cool and tank busters are fine. But literally replace some of those abilities with things whose only job is to combo or set up or have this all separate mechanic, which is dedicated solely towards generating threat, right? And part of the reason I do this is if you do this, you can change how each class generates threat, right? Let me use a right off the top of my head example. So one of the things you could do with Warrior is that Warrior has a rage bar. Not generated by doing the stuff that they do, but rather by being hit. Each time they get hit, I think so, Bluetooth. Don't quote me on that. Each time they get hit, the rage bar goes up, and then they can then spend rage on abilities that specifically focus on not only enemies hitting them, but even maybe enemies hitting them more. Like they can actually start deliberately taking more damage, which then enables them to generate rage quicker, which they can then use the really expensive rage abilities on things like being able to pull all enemies into an area, or maybe trying to do a nice big AoE sweep, or temporarily force nearby enemies to fixate on them for a few seconds, stuff like that. There's all kinds of things you can do with that. And then you can contrast that with something like, say, Dark Knight. Dark Knight, instead of focusing entirely on, nice big magic, magic build, magic spend thing, you could do a thing where Dark Knight, they generate, most of their threat generate abilities cost health. And then you bake some of the healing abilities that the warrior currently has over into the Dark Knight setup. And going into specifics would take more time than I really should spend while I'm streaming FF13, but you get the zoomed out idea, right? The loop of a Dark Knight would be you heal to pull in, and you spend the health that you're healing. Or sorry, I'm saying that wrong. You spend the health to pull in, and then you heal off of the stuff that's there. And yeah, very high risk, very high reward. Maybe even make it so that the things that heal you for more, and maybe generate more threat, the lower health you are. Maybe make it so you have an extra ability. You know how sages have that extra button that changes some of their existing buttons? Something similar, where with a Dark Knight you could use that extra button, and you double the health cost of your abilities, which also adds an extra effect to them. For example, your line attack, maybe it has a yank to it, which actually yanks the enemy right to you. Or maybe with the big ol' sweeping AoE thing that leaves stuff on the ground, everything that's in that ground, as long as it's on the ground, is fixated to you. Cannot de-aggro you, as long as they're standing in that pool. But those things cost double health. Stuff like that, right? Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, you get the idea. I feel like if they leaned heavily into threat gen as the primary focus, that naturally informs how each tank could then differentiate itself from the other ones. Because at that point, it's all about how does a gunbreaker generate threat, right? How does a paladin generate threat? How does a warrior generate threat, etc., etc.?
Could I use one of those?
Bit too heavy for you.
Okay.
I'm ready to It's a really wicked looking dagger, too. Nice salad. Always gotta have food porn in a JRPG. That's always been a thing.
You became a lessee, so now you're gonna marry this idiot? And you think I'm gonna buy that? Full points for originality. But don't forget, if you really are a lessee, it's my job to deal with you.
Sis.
This is ridiculous. Worst birthday ever.
Wait, Sarah! Why won't you believe her?
You kidding me? She gets made a lessee and you pop the question?
Lightning, stop it!
No, you stop it! Get out of my house.
You're shutting her out! She's your sister! Fine. I'll do it. I'll protect her.
Yeah, for probably one of the only times in the whole game, I'm actually with Snow on this. I get that lightning's a little bit on the hurt side, but this is ridiculous. Nice house, by the way.
practical.
We interrupt this program to bring you an urgent Sanctum bulletin. Late last night, officials confirmed the presence of a pulse fal'C inside the city of Bodum.
How did you miss that? I've always wondered that.
Authorities declared a state of emergency. The entire district will be quarantined in response to this crisis. This is a Sanctum bulletin. Late last night, officials confirmed the presence of a pulse fal'C inside the city of Bodum. Acting with...
Sarah, I should have listened to you.
I get it. I get it. I do understand. But everything so far has been using the vestige itself as the visual language of the fal'C. In fact, I bet a lot of players actually forget the fact that anima is inside that. In fact, anima's inside that twice, if you want to get technical. Because there's like the outer shell construct, which we fight, and then there's the real anima, which we encounter when it brands us. Anyways. What I'm trying to make fun of here, and clearly failing at, is the game does a really bad job of conveying its own story. See, a little bit of interesting visual coding might have been some cool stuff. Like, let me just give you a random example, okay? You don't even have to change the dialogue. You remember how they had that big party, and there's a bunch of people who are living, like, in visual range of a giant chunk of Pulse town or whatever? Well, it's been there for 6 centuries, right? Have there be, like, decorations on it. Have there be those little, what do you call those the strings with banners on them? Going up and down the thing, leading down to the streets down below. Maybe it's like a giant wreath on it, you know? Bunting, thank you. Yeah, have little buntings going down. Maybe even show occasionally someone being like, taking a picture in front of the thing. Because it's such a normal aspect of their society and has been for centuries. Which would better convey what's actually being conveyed. Which was, at no point in time, yeah, maybe kids might, maybe you want to climb it. Nah, we climbed that last week. Let's go play around the beach instead. Okay. You know, just emphasize how normal this thing is. And how much nobody ever thought at any point in time that it was a problem. Yeah, exactly, Rax. And then, bam! Oh, crap! There's a Lucia, god damn it, there's a fal'C inside. No! You know. It's kind of a variant on the bomb under the table at that point, instead of this. And all you have to do is do a couple little bits of ADM and some little visual changes to make that work. Which is the kind of thing Polish would have caught if they'd had a chance to properly develop this game. Instead of him spending 5 years working on crystal tools. Oh, yes, Evo. Yes. Clonk, 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 clonk. I'm never going to let you forget it. I'm never going to let you forget it. I will always remind you, the moment it starts to slip into the background. Clong, 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 clong. Back during the Vile,
Follow my lead.
the Vile Peaks, Colgrim. We're actually well past where I quit this game.
Here.
Which is a shame, because two of my favorite scenes we have not reached yet. It's just this dude hanging coconuts together. Plop, 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 plop.
Come on, Light.
How do you not find it? Okay. Yeah, as a reminder, this game has no audio settings at all. Literally none.
I think I'm getting the hang of fighting thanks to you.
Yeah, really. I mean, honestly, I don't even own the PS3 version of this game. So... really, the best version of this game is the Xbox 360 version, which is not the first time I've said that in this show.
That's how it's done.
Yeah, I've actually looked quite a bit into modding this game, just in case we need it, because we might. No crashes yet, knock on wood.
Nothing personal.
Yeah, reality is kind of funny sometimes. Remember how I mentioned how Dragon Quest VIII was a trendsetter for the Dragon Quest series? Even though the most recent Dragon Quest is Dragon Quest XI. It's because Dragon Quest VIII came out on the PS2. And then they kind of went back and started doing all sorts of updates to the previous ones, like the DS versions of 4, 5, and 6. And the, obviously the remakes of 1, 2, and 3. And of course 9, which is that. I don't remember, Easel. I don't remember when Level 5 got involved in the Dragon Quest series. But 8 was a trendsetter. It established several things of localization, voice acting, how the overworld worked, how combat worked, etc. Yeah, I am very, very grateful that I picked up the DS Dragon Quests when they were new. Good luck getting a hold of those nowadays. They are... Do me a favor, someone who's got a minute. How bad are the DS Dragon Quests right now on, like, say, Amazon? We don't count Dragon Quest X. Since it never came out outside of Japan. It's for Behemoth. Not eBay. I refuse to buy on eBay. Screw eBay. Death to eBay. $30. That's down. That's way down. Hang on. I don't believe that. Hang on a second.
I thought there'd be traps here.
Okay, so Dragon Quest V, $213. Hang on. I haven't seen Dragon Quest IX at all. In English, I should say. In Japanese, it's not available. Yeah, okay, so no Dragon Quest IX at all. So you can't get Dragon Quest IX unless you read Japanese. Dragon Quest V was 213. Let's see about 6. Can we even find 6? Okay, here we go. That's not bad. Only $150 for Dragon Quest VI. That's not terrible. Let's see, 4... 4 is only going for $100. Anyways, I think I've made my point. I'm glad I bought those when I did. Yeah. That's the only point I'm trying to get across. Yeah, you can buy stuff on eBay if you want to. I'm never touching eBay again. I'm good.
Nothing I can't handle.
No user protections to speak of. No possibility of refund policy, if under any given circumstances. I'd say about a 50% chance of the product actually being what it's supposed to be. And even then, about another 50% chance of the product actually working as it is supposed to. That's on top of the fact that a lot of those prices are either inflated because of how they do their system, or uncertain because it's a bidding war. Yeah, eBay is pretty terrible to buy from. It is a huge caveat emptor kind of a site, and for my job, nah, I'm good. Yeah, DS games are also very easy to fake. That was actually a real problem back in the GameStop and Electronics Boutique era, if you remember that. I think I've told this story once, where I bought a copy of, I think it was Emerald, Pokemon Emerald. Got home, fired it up. It was not Pokemon Emerald. Someone else did a completely different game on the, flashed a completely different game onto the cartridge. I don't remember what the other game was. So I took it back and said, hey, I want a refund. This is not Pokemon Emerald. He's like, yeah, it is. And I whipped out my DS on the spot and fired it up. And he's like, okay, yeah, no. That's not Pokemon Emerald, you're right. Yeah, it was literally the wrong game. Now, you still run some of those same risks when it comes to Amazon, but if I have an issue with Amazon, I will say, hey, I want a refund on this, and Amazon will refund me on that. I might have to jump through some hoops first, but they will. Yeah, not having save batteries was really frustrating on the counterfeit stuff. I remember that too. Yeah, Amazon is legally obligated to give you a refund. And that has been a good thing many times in my life. Not that I'm particularly pro-Amazon, because Amazon's a terrible company that's currently funding ICE, among other things. But there is nobody better, and that sucks. I also use Amazon every single day, because I stream on Twitch. So that's fun.
That's it, Hope.
I will admit, one of the really small, amusing benefits of the increase in digital sales for video games is the fact that I don't have to buy a lot of my games on Amazon anymore. There's a downside there. I don't have a physical copy of a lot of games, but I don't have to buy them on Amazon, so, you know. But yeah, for anything hardware related, I'm pretty much chained to Amazon. There's nothing. There's no alternative. And let me tell you, that sucks exactly as much as that sounds.
Want something?
Hey, push-ups. Corpos suck. That's your summary. Yeah. I know plenty of people who get a lot of their medicine from Amazon because they're one of the best options in a lot of places. Yeah, last time I had access to a Micro Center was in Kansas. That was like 13 years ago.
No problem.
I did hear about that, Valerian, which is kind of eyebrow-raising, admittedly. There's a lot of weird asterisks when it comes to gaming prices going up over time. But I don't want to go down the weeds on what inflation actually is. Let me ask you a relevant question. Would it surprise you at all if Jeff Bezos was in the Epstein files? I wouldn't put Amazon on Steam's level. Okay. Amazon's still pretty horrible to its employees. And again, funding ICE. Whoops, wrong one.
Thanks.
Honestly, I would be more surprised if there were... Come on, please heal me, please heal me, please heal me, please heal me, thank you. I'd be more surprised if there's any billionaire who wasn't in the Epstein files. Like, ignoring the fact that billionaires are horrible people, Epstein made it his entire focus in life. Like, it was what he did to be the guy that everybody knew. The guy that connected everyone together, right? He was the networking guy. So, yeah, of course everyone's in his files. Or their files, you know what I mean? I'm just gonna restart. It's actually faster. Yeah, Lucas wouldn't be in there. Among other things, that's literally not his style. He hated rubbing elbows with other billionaires. Like, absolutely despised it.
Here! Come on, Light!
We got this under control. Here. Thanks.
The funniest one for me is Bill Gates. Not a surprise, just funny.
Good call. Keep it up.
He worked so hard to maintain that I'm one of the good ones. Look, right? Mask? I don't know. Public image for decades. Oh, absolutely, Valerian. See, Steve Jobs is a weird one, because Steve Jobs was a sociopath. But I don't think he was that bad. I know that sounds absolutely bizarre, but you know what I mean?
Here! Thank you.
Follow my lead.
Well, it's a gradient, right? Evil is a gradient. Bad is a gradient. It's something we talk about all the time because most fictional villains don't come close to real-life villains, right? We talked about that a lot. So someone like Steve Jobs is more like a fictional villain. He was an evil man who did some really messed up stuff and deliberately ruined people's lives. And all of it just to try and get a little bit further ahead of the competition. But he's still not as bad as a lot of the people in the Epstein files. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a difference between a villain and a monster, right? Absolutely nothing. He's just... That was actually a pretty hard fight, and it was for 8, like, item upgrade items. Weapon upgrade items.
On your toes. Hit!
Lightning really likes launching people, doesn't she? Yeah, I thought it was Bush Sr., not Bush Jr. Although, correct me if I'm wrong on that, because I honestly haven't really been paying too much attention. You can only absorb so many toxins before you need to not, right? Gonna get alcohol poisoning reading all this news. I could spend a Phoenix down, but honestly, is hope really worth a Phoenix down? Honestly.
Keep your mind on the battle.
What I find funny is Zaz hasn't even started his character arc yet. We still, as of this moment, only have one hint. One. As to what the hell is actually going on with Zaz. What, Apple Easel? That's a whole story, and yeah. Listen, PB Good Fate. You can't kill hope. But I just did! Oh. Shut up. So I've been having to do some funny adjustments to the time because of how much time I've been spending talking.
Here, come on, Light.
I don't apologize for all that, by the way. I'm just saying. But we're still pretty far into the game. I get 5 stars that time.
Hey, I think we're onto something.
I was gonna say, that sounds like what they kept saying about Microsoft easily. Although there's some validity to that. But to be real, I have not researched it recently, and I always hate to mention details by memory. Ow.
Follow my lead.
Listen, it's gonna be fine. He's like, just need a little more money. Just... Not to continue bashing J.K. Rowling, but she's another example of someone who tried to pull up this whole mythos about how she was a self-made author who struck it out on her own to write. No. She was already very well off when she started writing. She could afford to go and just relax and take her time with that. Hell, even I'm actually privileged. And I don't even own a house. It's true, though. For a while there, a lot of billionaires did the fake poor thing. It was actually really normal. How do you do, fellow poor people? Yeah, by the way, as a fresh reminder, thunk, 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 thunk. It's okay, we're surely done with this dungeon by now, right? I mean, we've been here for like 2 hours. Right? Right? So, yeah, I don't have the receipts right now, push-up, so it's just my word. But relatively soon after Harry Potter was new, before the whole series was done, she did this whole thing where she had to change her name, which is what Rax just mentioned. And she just was talking of how, I'm trying to think how she phrased it. It was like she was a poor, a single woman desperately trying to make her way in the world, and she made it big, and she was a big success story. The American dream thing, right? Yes, I realize she's British. But it was that whole vibe, right? And yeah, it was actually all a lie. It was just her trying to invent this whole backstory for herself. If you notice, she doesn't even talk about any of this stuff anymore because she's, too much of her life is a part of public record at this point. How did... what? Oh, Hope's dead. Yeah, she found the thing that kept her in the public eye, and she stuck to it like a leech. Fine, let's do this.
Come on, Light!
She is in the Epstein files, yes. So, the cribbing off of other works thing doesn't bother me as much because that's how all writing works, right? Like, I'll use myself as an example. A huge amount of my works in the extant is very directly inspired by Star Trek and Star Wars. A little bit of Babylon 5 and Final Fantasy in there for the mix, right?
Here, come on, Light.
Yeah, all art is inspired by other art. However, there is such a thing as doing that badly.
Here, come on, Light.
She's not a great example of that. I actually have a much more amusing. Could you finish your cast, please? Jesus Christ. That's a good example of the cue delay thing I was just talking about. The animation had to finish before I could finish my freaking spell. Anyways. Uncle Vernon is a great example of someone who not only insists that he is not, that he isn't inspired by other people's work, even when he provably is, but actually gets insulted if you say he is. And we're dead. Jesus Christ, I'm just getting murdered here.
And so it ends.
Ow. Okay. Let's do this again. We probably do need the buffs. Yeah, sorry, the author of the Witcher series. I have to be honest, I was keeping my mouth clamped shut because I could never remember if he was the Game of Thrones writer or the Witcher writer, and I get those two confused, and I really shouldn't, because they are so different of people. Like, they are very different people. Yeah, Gurm is actually pretty cool. Uncle Vernon, I call that as an insult. Like, that's the whole point, is I am insulting him, because screw him.
Follow my lead.
Come on, Light.
Keep up with me, Hope.
Yeah, exactly, Blades of All.
Keep it up.
That's true in any field, too, not just writing. A good artist, sorry, what I mean by that is a good musical artist, like a guitarist or a composer, whatever, will go way out of their way to mention their sources, their inspirations. Right? Yeah, actually, you know what? Modern example, the Expedition 33 people very openly were about their inspirations, one of which was obviously Final Fantasy.
Keep up with me, Hope.
Here! Come on, Light!
Yeah, that's creativity in general. We get inspired by things and we think, you know what, I want to do my own take on that. Or I don't want something like that, you know? Or I could do this bit better. And I'll call it a rewrite. Some year. Can't do it until we finish FF11.
Time to switch it up.
Here! Come on, Light!
Follow my lead.
No! Rex, no! I've got it. No, I've got it. FF11 is a theater play inside the FF rewrites. It's a stage play, right? Ugh. Would I recommend a modern fan play FF13 if they haven't? Let me chew on that for a minute.
What happened here?
Bad luck. They came looking for us and found something worse.
We can't just leave them like this.
Don't touch anything! Control your emotions. If you want to survive, you forget about sympathy. How can I explain? Think of it like a strategy. Focus on your ultimate goal and shut out everything else. Still your mind. Move on instinct.
This is all terrible advice, by the way.
Let doubt take over, and despair will cripple you.
Strategy. Good. I'll take anything to help me get through this. I'll call it Operation Nora.
Nora?
My mother's name.
Your revenge?
Yes.
You must stab Snow.
I know getting revenge on him won't bring her back. I know that!
Listen to this music.
But sorry won't cut it.
My mother's dead, and I'm planning revenge against the guy who's trying to help me.
Snow didn't kill your mother. The Sanctum did.
Whose side are you on?
The side of truth.
It's great.
Fine. I'll fight the Sanctum with you. I'll learn to survive.
How can you judge someone else when you know that you're the same?
It takes one to know one.
Secrets I'd rather forget.
Is she Zach Taft? Does she have any friends to be protective of?
Nothing I can't handle.
I need to blame something that can bleed. I don't feel alive unless I've bled something that screams every morning. Sorry, Brigman's actually quite correct. Snow does... what's really funny is, as usual... That's actually a good question, Rex. As usual... you can see the ideas of what they're going for here. Snow is an idiot who's he's playing. He's playing at being a hero. He is playing a game. Like a child. Hope is a kid who's been through something really traumatic and has absolutely no idea how to comprehend or even begin to process that. And Lightning has been living an extremely sheltered and cloistered life, which just got completely destroyed like 2 days ago in lore. Yes, Sectav. And so she's locking down completely. The problem is not with these ideas, as with so many other things in FF13. The problem is these executions. In some cases, I mean that as a pun, but for the most part, I mean that literally. The actual results on the screen just kind of make you go... It's okay, this is one of those things, right? I can see where you're coming from. I can see why people would like this game so much. It's actually pretty easy to see, really. I like to refer to fiction as a series of hoops, because I'm stupid. And the idea is that all of fiction requires you, the viewer, the player, the reader, whatever, to jump through some hoops in order to then be able to enjoy that fiction. So, what good fiction does is it will reduce the number of hoops. The less you have to do in order to really get into a work, the better off the fiction is doing, right? I talked about consequence storytelling earlier. That's a good way to add some believability and, for lack of a better way to put it, realism to a particular setting so that you have to jump through less hoops. It feels like something that's actually happening. Okay. This is very sci-fi, Ruthless Tim. Whoop. Sorry. Each encounter has its own star requirement. It's a thing. Anyways. I used to have a whole list of what was required on each thing. Because in some cases you could just do it with pure speed. Excuse me. The point I'm trying to reach is that while the Final Fantasy series has always had you jump through a few hoops in order to get to, the meat of the game, for me personally, I think that FF13 has too many hoops I have to jump through. And I think almost all of it boils down to presentation. The specific storyboarding of the cutscenes, the specific voice acting of the characters, the pacing of the cutscenes. The way that some of the cutscenes will just kind of stop weirdly, seemingly in mid-conversation. Yeah, the localization, which as we've already mentioned has quite a few issues. There are exceptions. There's actually a few scenes which are badass in this game. A few sequences which are badass, and then there's everything else.
Good call.
Yeah, we all understand jumping through some hoops to enjoy Final Fantasy. I will use my example here. I had to live with the frickin' random encounters in FF6 to enjoy FF6. I love FF6 to death. I actually think it's one of the best JRPGs ever made. But, well, RPGs ever made. I'm just going to say RPGs ever made. But there's a reason why every single time I get the Moogle Charm, there is this physical relaxation. Like, I literally physically unclench when I get the Moogle Charm in FF6. That's not a joke. I've talked about that phenomenon before. They do, Ruthless Tim. In fact, the problem is effectively solved by the Pixel Remaster. Hey! And yeah, actually, yeah, that's a great comparison point. FF9 is the exact same way once you finally get regular access to haste. Which is kind of a game changer.
Time to switch it up.
Well, it's interesting you say that with this, Tim. Because I've never played it. I have actually deliberately gone out of my way to not play the Pixel Remaster until I play it live on camera. Vanille... So I mentioned earlier that Vanille is objectively one of the worst characters. Because she is such a victim of so much of the behind-the-scenes production problems of the game. And so she's actually two separate characters kind of shoved into each other, and they haven't really done anything with it, and blah, 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 blah. As of this exact playthrough so far, I'm not sure I even have thoughts on Vanille. The best way I could describe her as of this moment in time is that she is fey. No, that's not an insult. I mean, literally, like, she is alien. Her mentality, her perspective, how she reacts to things is very alien. And I'm not sure how much of that was on purpose.
Keep your mind on the battle.
Oops. I mean, making her different from the others makes perfect sense. And there's only so many ways you can make someone act differently. So I'm with it. I feel like I literally just said this. I'm with the concept, but I have issues with the presentation. That's actually a good question. I mean, she's definitely trying to portray herself as stupider than she is. But I also think she's not particularly intelligent. Like, I don't think she's dumb. I don't think she has to go too far down, you know what I mean? There's a lot of deflecting there, which makes sense if you know who and what she is. Spoilers. I can't comment on the weapon upgrading yet, to be quite honest with myself. Sure thing, Blade Traval. You got it. I mean, Vanille is way over-sexualized in the localization. Speaking of repeating myself, I will continue to remind people that this is being worked on at the same time as Third Birthday. Not literally at the same time, there was some bleed over. But some of the people who worked on this game did work on Third Birthday and vice versa, and, well... This was an era for Square, and I have nothing good to say about that. Yeah, what you see right there on the screen right now was originally Vanille push-ups. Yeah. Is that everything? That's everything. Okay. You kind of get used to it, but honestly, ditto. As I said earlier, it felt like they weren't really sure how to manage navigating a 3D space, but they wanted it to be flashy looking because this is the era of Square where all they cared about was Flash. Also known as all of Square's history. As I myself have pointed out. And we're maxed again! Lightning is once again maxed. That's actually funny. Well, like, you've got the weird kind of water field in the background. You've got this spirally, crystalline, floating, glowing thing. And there's these beams of light and darkness connecting each other. And the nodes themselves look like chunks of crystal or orbs of magic. And there's these patterns weaving through it. And each character has their own symbol, which is endemic to them. And you get... And it's all in 3D! Isn't it great that it's in 3D? It's in 3D. I believe so, yes. So it's ironically, even though there's no immediate benefit to continuing to level after you've leveled, there will be a long-term benefit to continuing to level after you leveled. And he is now maxed. But yes, Lightning's original personality was very flighty, very flirty, their words, not mine, and very disconnected from events. And she was originally someone from Pulse, among a few other traits I could mention. And if that sounds familiar, then you've been paying attention.
Bad's about to happen.
Yeah, that was a few years ago, wasn't it? It still sucks. Death still sucks.
This is it. Operation Nora.
Who's that Pokemon? It's an Aster Protoflorian.
Come on, Light.
We got this under control.
Thank you.
Finish buffing me, please. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Follow my lead.
Yeah, there's a reason I just paused to max out my sphere grids, by the way. We'll see how this goes. So, at the moment I'm playing 13 without mods, because this is a review. I have the mods in my back pocket, metaphorically speaking, because there is a non-zero chance I will need them to progress through this game. I was about to ask what it did, Brax, then I realized you probably don't know, because you haven't looked into it. Which guy don't I like, push-ups? Either way, Yoko Shimomura never really replaced anyone. She's been working at Square since, Super Mario RPG, I believe, was her first Square title. This is neither her nor the other guy. In fact, I don't remember who does 13's music. Someone help me out here.
Keep up with me, Hope.
This is Hamazo? That's gotta... What else? Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's the same guy as 10. Okay, yeah, never mind. That is who I was thinking of. 10 has a good soundtrack, so that makes sense. I've never played past this point without cheats, easel. So I'm a little off the map in terms of game design. Oh, you're talking about, oh god, I still get Mitsuda. I can't think of his first name. That's just Warhammer 40k in-universe Kirawai. It'll get good after another 10,000 years. Yasunori, that's it. Yasunori. Whoops. Yasunori Mitsuda. I admit I do not enjoy his music. I would never go so far as to say he's a bad composer, because that would be a lie. But he also, by this point in time, I think had actually mostly bowed out of Square.
Come on, Light. Here.
This is 2009.
We got this under control.
I just healed him.
Follow my lead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure he had already left the company by now. I have often suspected, though he would never say it, that it was because of burnout. He was tasked to be a main composer for several games, pretty much back-to-back.
Thanks.
That's not great, you know? And I know what you're going to say, but Uematsu did that, and Shimomura did that. Yeah, and they're freaks for being able to pull that kind of workload. Like, I'm gonna flex just a little bit here, if that's okay. I do an insane amount of work every day. I work hours that would make most people blush.
I've got your back. Here. Follow my lead.
Most people shouldn't. This is not... What I'm trying to say is that something like me should not be the standard, right?
Keep up with me, Hope. Here. Good call.
And yeah, Uematsu literally nearly died.
Here.
Because of overwork.
Thanks.
Like, he almost quit twice. And then actually did quit after 9. Jesus. No. Ah! That might cost me. That might cost me the whole battle right there. Oh, okay, we're okay. Shoosh. Those our buffs have finally fallen off.
Come on, Light.
Yeah, Soken was kind of in a different direction. Because a lot of what Soken was doing this was how he coped with horrible circumstances. Something I can relate to, I feel like adding.
Time to switch it up.
Yes, FF14 Sokens. Yes, Soken, for those who are not aware, was dying of cancer. And, yeah. Uematsu did do some music for FF10, yes, Game Geek. Emphasis on the word, some. I think it's literally like 4 songs. Hell, he's done several bits of work since then. He worked on FF14 as well, 1.0 specifically.
Keep up with me,
Yeah, he also did a couple songs for FF11. But you see the difference, right? Like, Uematsu did a few songs for a few games. He did the entire FF9 soundtrack. And FF8. And FF7. And FF6. And FF5. And FF4. And FF3. And FF2. And FF1.
Come on, Light. Good call.
Don't do that, is what I'm trying to say. Don't do that.
Time to switch it up.
Don't work that hard. Don't work that much. Actually, I have talked many times about how Uematsu literally was pushing game music forward as, like, an industry, never mind as an art form.
Here. Come on, Light.
Like, never mind the sheer quality of the songs he was pushing out. He was establishing standards. A lot of the main composers over at the Nintendo team have cited Uematsu as a direct inspiration for how they were... There were things that just had never occurred to them to try, basically, until he did them.
Good call. Time to switch it up.
Anyway, so this is Hamazu, or Hamazao. I'm actually not sure how to pronounce it. Please forgive me. He was the guy behind 10, and I feel like he's done a couple other things, but 10, I believe, was his big game prior to this. 10 was actually done by 3 people, I'm going to say. Like, they split that workload up a bit. Good.
Keep up with me, Hope. Here. Come on, Light.
I'm not sure, Easel. I'd have to double check.
Follow my lead, Hope.
A lot of people push-ups. Even Mega Man 3 had 3 separate composers on it. If you could believe it. Like, the full list of Mega Man composers is ginormous. It's an extremely weird case where they split the load up that hard, and Mega Man music just kind of was consistently awesome for like 20 years. I almost wiped on that twice, by the way, if you're paying attention.
Stage 1 complete.
You did well.
So yeah, please let me save. It's a good question, Mook. I don't know. I don't know much about what Falcom does with their music. I think you are correct, Easel. But someone asked earlier what I think of 13.2's soundtrack. So I'd rather grate out my ears with a rusted spoon than listen to it. But I appreciate how different it is. And if you're wondering why, I'm about to play a song. This is, let's consider this a noise warning. A song. I don't know what to, like, say about this. This is... I don't know what warning to give. So I'm going to mute that. So, audio warning is all I'm going to say. One second. Yeah, most of you familiar with this franchise already know which song I'm about to play, because it's just a perfect way to encapsulate 13.2's soundtrack. I appreciate that they were branching out in their soundtrack. But I'm good, thanks. Does it really, Rex? I look forward to hearing that when we get there. I know. So 13.2 definitely doesn't have the motif problem that 13.1 does. Because a lot of songs play for very, like for one zone or for one area or whatever, which works for it, actually. I'm actually in favor of that. But, man. I think we're one section away from that, push-ups. I think. I wanted to check. Oh, right. Actually, I need to jot something else down. No, Stripe. No. It was just out of the books yesterday. I mean, go for it, Easel. Like, no judgment, really. Musical taste is a whole thing. I admit I don't care if the music is safe or boring or good or bad or in between or anything. I just care if the song is good. Like, people ask you, what kind of genre do you like? And I always say, I like good music. And I'm not saying that to be elitist. What I really mean by that statement is I like music that I like. Listen, I'm not being elitist, but my music is the greatest. No, I'm being dead serious. There's no elitism here. I like music that I like. That's it. That's the requirement. Do I like it? I don't like genres. I don't like bands. I don't even like composers. I can think of several Uematsu songs and Shimomura songs I do not enjoy. You want me to put receipts? I can put receipts. You think I'm lying? I'll show you. I'll show all of you. The song I'm about to play is by Yoko Shimomura, one of my favorite composers of all time. For the longest time, I used to say I like video game music, but even that wasn't really accurate. This is your fault, Breakfast Sampler. This is your fault. By the way, you've basically heard the entire song already. Because it has a very short interior loop and doesn't develop past its basic themes. This is Yoko Shimomura. Yes, I know it's kind of cheating because it's based on another song, but still. Hi, Ross. How are you today? Okay, I'll stop. Let's try Soakin'. What's a Soakin' song I can't stand? I'm just going to leave this up. I'm just going to PTSD every single person in chat who's played F14 right now. I'm actually with you, Blitchwell. Alright. What's a Uematsu song that I really can't stand? I believe it's this one? There's actually several Uematsu songs I don't like, but this is the one that comes to mind immediately when I think of an Uematsu song that I actively dislike. Actually, I am with you on that easily. So yes, this is Final Fantasy VIII. This is the song for Esther, specifically. This is the town music for Esther. That's fair, Blade Traval, but if we're counting that, well, then we have to list what is objectively, and I mean this, the worst song Uematsu's ever made. Hang on. Give me one sec. It's right here. Thank God it ended there. Oh, it's easy to pick Mitsuda songs that I don't like. I've named Mitsuda songs I like. There are 2. That's not true. There's a bunch of Chrono Trigger, but there's 2 outside of Chrono Trigger. I even played them last year. Yes, no. The problem with that song, the reason I say it is objectively the worst song, is it is a 5-second loop. Well, it's funny you say that because then there's I think it's this one. No, that's not it. Nope, that's still not it. Maybe it is this one. Hang on. This isn't it. Give me a sec. I think it wasn't in the original NES. I think that's the problem. Give me a sec. No, I know it's not in the Pixel... Well, it actually is in the Pixel Remaster, but it's not in the original NES. I know the song you're talking about. I just gotta find it. Should be this one? Yeah, there it is. This is a boss song. Actually, yeah, FF9 has several songs that I really can't listen to. I don't think that's true, Rex, but I don't want to get into that argument, because everybody hates that argument, so I'm just going to let that one sit. FF9 actually has several songs I'm not a big fan of, but it does have a couple of songs that literally hurt my ears. Which, of course, I can't. FF9 has too much music. No, I know the receipt you're listing, and I know this is going to sound strange, but I actually disagree with it. I know that sounds strange that I disagree with the receipt, but I do. Like, to summarize my point excessively, if you put a duck in front of me and then show me receipts saying it's a chicken, I'm still going to look at that like, are you sure? Okay, this is actually hurting my ears, so I'm just going to... there we go. Okay. If you break down the usage of the music, Mitsuda actually has a pretty distinct style to him. It's very obvious. Like, Xenogears and Chrono Cross get it across immediately, but honestly, most of Chrono Trigger's music is very Mitsuda. Dragon Age 4... Yakuza Kiwami 2, and Jedi Fallen Order. Thank you very, very much, Epic. Always appreciate. But if you sit down and really zoom in the camera on the notes and the instrument choice and the nature of how he uses chords, yeah, the basic fight theme, 100% Mitsuda, right? Give me a second. I actually have a playlist just for this because I've analyzed Chrono Trigger's music way too much. So this is Mitsuda, 100%. Everything about this is his style. Yeah, it's got a lower end tone. It doesn't really use much of a melody to speak of. There's no counterbalance or counterpoint. And it manages to maintain... Yeah, no, you get it, right? By contrast... hang on, I gotta find it now. It's got a weird name. I forget the name of the damn song. Is this it? Nope, wrong one. Hang on. Is this it? What's the name of the boss song? You know what? Hang on. Let's just make this easier. I mean, those songs are really good, Easel. What do you want from me? Well, this has a short loop. There's also another thing that is much more Uematsu in style, and that is how he uses escalation. He likes to... Yeah, that's much higher pitch. Great song, by the way. He likes to establish certain instruments and certain beats, and then kind of develop based on them, and then kind of develop based on those, depending on how far the song goes. It's also funny, because this song is a very short loop, but that suits it. Not only given how little time you spent listening to it, but it fits the overall pace of it, similar to the FF4 boss song, or the FF6 fight song. Yeah, no, exactly, Rex. So you can kind of vibe what is what where. But to use a direct contrast, let me use another example of Mitsuda versus Uematsu. This is very clearly... I can't find it. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Where's the stupid song? Why is nothing labeled properly? Here, this is clearly Mitsuda. I mean, even if you're not familiar with music theory or the analysis of instrument usage and note choices and chords, this is Mitsuda. Good song, by the way. Like I said, there's plenty of his music in Chrono Trigger I like. Notice how, once again, there isn't really much of a melody here, which is another thing he's really big on. He tends to de-emphasize that. Yeah, no, there's a flow to it. Yeah. If it makes you feel better, I don't know most of the terminology for music theory. I've just studied music for years. So I kind of come up with my own words because, By contrast... Layer 1. Layer 2. Give it a second. Gotta reestablish. And we'll pull in the horns for layer 3. You see what I mean by that escalation thing he does? Each layer is still there, by the way. He's really big on bridges, too. Notice he does the double layer again. Almost all of this song is a two-parter. Two, escalate, two, escalate, two, escalate. Sequence, bridge 1, bridge 2 again, repeat. You could see the formula there almost. Anyway, sorry. At some point, I should probably go ahead and play FF13. I guess. Yeah, even if you've never played that game, you could tell immediately what kind of vibe is there. That's another thing. Uematsu, not that Mitsuda doesn't do this, but Uematsu, one of the skills he has most is he would get involved during the creation of a game, which is actually considered unusual when he started doing this. And so he would make a song for a scene, or for an area, or for a moment, or for a dungeon, or for a character, whatever, right? He would very clearly design it to fulfill the audio requirements of what that specific moment needed. I mentioned Oy Ver earlier, however you say that stupid place, back in FF9, the song that hurt my ears. Despite my problems with it, it's still very Uematsu, and it's still very designed to fulfill the concept of this old, kind of almost meandering, ancient ruins. You could feel the dust on the air in the song, right? That's his style. That's one of the things he does most. Anyways, apologize. Let me go ahead. Yeah, the BOF 3 too. I mean, Capcom has had some bangers on that for a while. What is this? What is this? Oh, and for the record, no, other than the two big ones, Easel. Although I do like some of the atmospheric overworld songs, especially in the Ester Sand and the Wester Sand. But no, the songs I tend to like over in 12 are the ones that are songs. This is 10 minutes. I'm not listening to this. not a huge fan. Let me let a cutscene. Oh, let me unmute the game. Right, I should probably. I guess I should go play FF13. I guess. Do I have to, Mom? Just 5 more minutes. Come on. Core, Russ. Okay, hold on. I have to say something. So, what was just going through my head was, God, listen to this freaking footstep sound. Just kong, 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 right? And I saw up ahead there was dirt. And unbidden in the back of my mind, I thought, oh, thank God. We're about to be back on the dirt.
You need to get something off your chest?
We're about to get on the dirt, so it's going to sound less obtuse. Now listen to the sound effects here. It's almost worst. It's almost worst. Oh my God.
That's it. Palumpolum.
That's where you live, right? We'll stop in when we get there.
No. We're the sea now, and no one's there but my dad.
Hope, you need to let him know what happened.
Amusingly, the title screen for FF10 does the same thing, push-ups. And for the same reason. Not in-universe, of course. Meanwhile, Snow's theme!
Okay, time to hunt some lassie.
So what, we find him and that's that?
Don't get all hot and bothered.
Sarah, am I doing the right thing?
By helping people hunt down your friends. I think my favorite song in Tactics is the Overworld song, easily. I feel sad. I've never even heard of Radiant Silvergun or Dragon's Crown.
Jump! Snow! Sarah! Sarah!
No, it has a pulseless sea, Mr. Red. And he's dead. No, don't at me. He's dead. The game ended right there. This is all a fever dream.
Sarah. I went to the Foul Sea hoping to help her. But I was too late. Ow!
I knew you were hard-headed, but...
That was... Ow!
Snap to it. We're rolling out.
Yeah. Hunting Lassie, right?
This is our chance. Do not let the Lassie escape. Move out.
Considering that, from what we're told right now, he's hunting these people to publicly execute him.
I will keep my promise, Lightning.
Then why is he going along with this? Also, you see what I mean? The cutscenes just end. There's no natural end point to the cutscenes. There's just a line of dialogue which doesn't conclude the scene, and the music just chops off mid-scene. It's really strange. The whole game's been doing that. And yeah, like you said, push-ups. We have to switch the camera one more time.
Fresh air. Nice.
So, where we headed?
Dunno.
You don't know? I thought you had somewhere in mind the way you took off.
I followed the smell.
What?
Smells nice. All naturey.
Just smells damp. And I think something bit me.
Hide!
Scott. Closest city that way is Palampolum. That is not good. I wonder if those two were caught in the net.
What do we do?
What do we do? Right now, what can we do?
Right. No choice. We run the other way.
All we're doing is running.
Which would be to Nautilus.
As we set off, it was like he'd forgotten that I was still there.
If we want to get the Nautilus, our road's through here. First things first, we need to clear these woods. That's the sight I didn't want to see.
Let me think about that, Ross. Where would I put Ramza? In FF Pro Tax. Anybody else wants to jump on that question, feel free to do so. I have worked on a farm for some time. I know exactly what that smell is. I'm not a fan of it personally. Favorite Pro Tag? Favorite main character? This is the FFGAs. I'm kidding. It's not really. But just think of it that way. Yeah, I'm leaning towards top half. I'd probably put him somewhere around the level of Cecil. And done. I admit a certain fondness for Cecil, but like, analytically speaking, most of Cecil's arc stops about halfway through the game, and then he doesn't do much else, so... Ironically, Ramza has a very similar problem. Most of Ramza's character arc is before the first time skip. Or I guess technically after, you know what I mean. I do not. That might be worth burning. There we go. Yep. I like to think of them as pepper demons, but tomato is probably more accurate. Yeah, no kidding, Ross. I would put Ramza below someone like, say, Cloud, Real Cloud, and Terra. Above Tidus. Probably about, I'd say a little bit below Zidane. Who, Ross? Yeah, there's an Unreal Cloud, then there's a Unity Cloud. Don't pay attention to Godot Cloud. Nobody likes that one.
All this dampness is damp.
Thank you for the expert commentary, Zaz. You know, I like her weapon, but that is a hell of an attack animation.
And done.
I should have chopped that one off. Whatever.
Well, I guess this is better than homicidal scorpion robots and mountains of trash. You know, this place would make a nice picnic spot. Mine is.
Thanks, Gabe, for interrupting him there. You know, I'm going to add a fifth to that list, Ross. Waka. Yeah, the historian who was burned at the stake push-ups for heresy. I know you're talking about. Hi, Zar. No, I'm serious about the Waka thing. I'm not memeing. Waka is such a viewpoint character. Well, Tidus is our viewpoint character for someone who's brand new to the setting, aka the player. Waka is our best viewpoint character for someone who is actually a part of the setting. He is a member of the Yevon Church. He is someone who's lived there and grown there and been raised under that environment. And he is someone who grows and develops out of that as a result of the adventures. Yeah.
You're gonna regret this.
Yeah, good way to put that, Valerian. Yeah, if it's not obvious, Waka's actually my favorite character in FF10, personally. I'm not sure if he'd review the best, but he is my personal favorite. Also true, Dame Celeste. Waka is an extremely personal insight into how even a, for all intents and purposes, good person can kind of be a horrible person because of the biases of the culture he lives in. Yeah, Auron's easy.
Gotta be just a little quiet for a minute, okay?
If the game started a few years earlier, Auron would be the main character. Well, the usual pick for mainest protag in 6 is Terra. But if I'm being honest, I feel like Celeste works a little bit better there. But yeah, I'm talking. Yeah, I was gonna go through the list. I was gonna be like, and then there's Locke, and then there's Edgar, and then there's Cyan. But no, it's Kefka. Kefka is the main protagonist of FF6 by almost every metric. Pretty much the entire story of the entire game is Kefka's story. He has the most screen time of any individual character in the game. He has the most dialogue, excuse me, the third most dialogue of any character in the game. Fair, play to ball. Terminology, but fair. So, in that case, the most protagonist-y... Oh, that's a bit trickier. Yeah, Evo.
You go blaming it on me when you...
Quick. No, go. I hit the wrong button. That's actually my fault. Ah, well, whatever. Go back to that one. Edgar, Locke, Cyan, Terra, and Celeste all have what we would call a pretty strong claim on the lands of main protag territory for FF6. All of them get tons of screen time. All of them have fully fleshed out characters. All of them are very centric to the events of the game. Both halves of it. Of them, Cyan probably gets the most character... I don't want to say growth. That's almost the wrong word. But he gets the longest arc, I think is what I would want to call that. Locke's biggest negative towards being protag is the fact that he's absent for a gargantuan portion of the second half. And he is a very optional character to go get, then. Sure, whatever. No. The only characters absolutely mandatory to beat FF6 are Edgar, Celeste, and Setzer.
No daydreaming now. Take that. Take that.
Yeah, Setzer is flat mandatory. You have to get Setzer to get the airship. You have to get the airship in order to access Kefka's Tower. You start off with Celeste. You have to get Edgar on the way to getting Setzer, and you have to get Setzer on the way to getting the airship. That's your chain right there. Those are the 3 mandatories. You'll notice, by the way, that they actually bothered, and this is well designed, we'll talk about this when we get there, they bothered to make sure that you had a bare, absolute, no way how minimum of 3 characters for Kefka's Tower. For those of you not aware, Kefka's Tower mandates that you make 3 parties. So even in the absolute worst case scenario, you were always guaranteed to be capable of doing that. Yeah, single character challenges get pretty mean when you get to Kefka's Tower. Anyways, I stand by my earlier answer. I think Celeste probably has the strongest overall claim. But it's so debatable that, honestly, take your pick. Do you mind... So, you may not know this, Evo, but I'm not university trained. So, what would you qualify, what would you define the trickster Jungian archetype as? So I can properly respond to your query. It came up earlier today, that's why it's fresh on my mind. Yeah, 12 has a main protag. Ash. Honestly, I'm not even sure why that's a debate. I don't mean that as a dig. I mean, like, it is so clearly Ash. Right? Like, duh.
Way to go, Sass!
Hi, Pika.
Change is good, Pops.
I like the burbling sounds.
Follow my lead, Pops.
Hey, Linnea Ruth. I did it too, Valerian. Honestly, I imagine several of us did back in the day. Like, I can't imagine that's that unusual of a thing, right? He even says, wait here while I go clear it out. Okay.
I'm tougher than you thought, huh?
In my defense, I'm pretty sure I got up to go get like a sandwich or something while he was doing that. Like, okay, I'll wait. But yeah, we all did that. I hate to ask this question, Mook, but what was the fight you were having issues with? Like, say, specifically. Ooh, that's a nice one. Okay. That is actually a bit of a difficulty spike, especially if you're not ready for it. There's a reason they give you a character whose only major trait is having a free instant AoE heal. I'm going backwards, aren't I? Gosh darn it. That fight does immediately die if Bannon dies. All of those fights immediately end if Bannon dies. Yes, I'll be giving that a negative because that is a bad decision. For the exact same reason it's bad here. It's actually worse than here because Bannon is so much weaker than the rest of your party. So Ultros has this thing where he will react to people on script and then he will do his normal attack. That Ultros fight. The problem, probably Pika. The problem with that is that a lot of his regular attacks will be a big hit on a single target. And a lot of his, a lot of his reaction attacks will be a big hit on a single target. And then a lot of his regular attacks will be nice, big AoE hits. It is not that hard to lose a character to just RNG and nothing else. And yeah, you need to put Bannon in the back row because it cuts his damage in half and blah, 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 blah. It's a thing.
Now you're talking!
No, I'm going to answer it. But first, I'm going to heal.
Change is good.
Oh, nope, 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 wrong one, wrong one. Oh, God.
Follow my lead, Pops. Huh?
Hold it up, kiddo.
Way to go, Zaz!
Okay, so, I gotta scroll up here, hang on. I got Alt-Tab. Okay. A character who is fickle in temper, uses trickery, usually not in charge, and is outside of the weak-strong dichotomy and good-evil dichotomy. Yes, by those definitions, I would absolutely agree. A lot of people look at Kefka and see him as the ultimate evil. I don't. I've always kind of pushed back at that particular mentality. Kefka is broken. That's what Kefka is. Even just in the original SNES version, it's pretty clear that Kefka is just a mess.
Hey, Zaz. Tell me about yourself.
Huh?
Any family?
I have a little boy.
Oh, so you're married.
I was, yeah.
We gotta get you home. Your son needs you. Come on, we'll make it.
It's too late.
Is it the Lassie thing?
How'd you...
You might be a Lassie, but you're still a daddy.
You're right.
So, what's his name?
Gosh. I mean, a lot of people count Chrono Trigger as a Final Fantasy. Ugh. And Kingdom Hearts.
Making a wish, huh? What'd you wish for?
I want to be big. Sorry.
You never smile. So here's what I wished. I wish that you'd cheer up and be like your old self again.
How about that?
Whoa.
Your wish came true.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, it's my turn to wish.
What for, Dad?
That's my little secret.
Oh, hey, it's boobs. I don't remember her name, for real. And I don't care. Her name is Boobs.
You all right?
Oh, yeah.
Come on, Pops. You've really got to keep it together, okay? Now, let's go.
Now I got kids looking out for me. Some dad I am.
All right. Don't. A powerful scale beast awaits you ahead. It could be a difficult fight for only 2 people. However, this enemy is slow on its feet, meaning you can easily avoid the encounter if you desire to. You will face many harrowing challenges as you press on. When you feel your enemies may be too strong, avoid them. How far into this game are we? Like, again, these aren't... Like, I'm not digging these. I'm not giving these a negative, but so many of these tutorial pop-ups are just strange. Imagine being, like, in I don't know, 10 hours, 13, however long we are into this game now. And a pop-up is like, hey, did you know that you can avoid encounters in the overworld map? And it's like... What? Yeah, there's also no benefit to not fighting stuff because of the nature of how the leveling works, as we mentioned earlier. Ah. Yeah. Did you know that you can jump in this Mario game? Actually, yes, Ross. Give me a second, though. Because it's probably going to be the obvious moment. Anybody who knows FF6 is going to know the moment. And it's anybody who knows FF6 and me, excuse me. You need both of those factors to understand why this moment did it for me. I'll give you a hint, if anybody wants to guess. It was a gameplay moment, not a story one.
Would you look at that view?
Oh, there's a bunch of these down here, too. So let's see if we can fight these enemies that it just gave me a tutorial to dodge. Oh, those drain fast. Oh, look at that. There we go. We're good. We're good. So, Ross says the train. Anyone else want to guess? I'm actually curious if anyone can pick up on it. This thing has a lot of health, I can tell. Because, yeah. Let's try to get a little more damage in. Are you enjoying it, Pika? Let's get some buffs and debuffs out here. Lock stealing the clothes is a good pick. The floating continent is a very good pick. I don't think any of my debuffs are landing on this thing at all. And Zaz is dead. Interesting. The Sid scene is another good guess. Oh, that's a good point. No, I didn't. Well, we're about to die, so let's just go ahead and just die here real quick. Oh, I need to give that a positive, too. I forgot to give that a positive earlier.
someone who'll ever be seeing all of this.
Man. Take two. I'm not sure I can kill these, which is funny. Really think about it. So the answer is at the top of Zozo.
Thanks, Ass.
Or rather, right after Zozo, to be very, very specific. Sorry, Giga, I didn't mean to give a positive. I hope you can forgive me. My debuffs are landing now. So, after Zozo, you gain access to Magicite. Magicite is a more or less literal game changer. Not only the first time your stats can increase, but gaining access to the customization of magic and stat increase at the same mechanic, while being a major mechanic story-wise, it was kind of a home run for me. But to explain this a little bit, I've enjoyed stories prior to FF6. Several, actually. Going back as far as Final Fantasy IV, which was the first one. Jesus, that just murders. That just murders me. Fine, get up. Come on. There we go. Anyways. You've probably heard me say this same basic quote before. Final Fantasy VI was the first time I enjoyed the gameplay axis of an RPG. I'm going to look it up after this fight, because there's several more of these coming up ahead. And realizing the level of customization I was going to have over the kit of my party, keeping in mind FF6 already has pretty good kit in its class design with each character. Tools, speed, steel, sword tech, etc. You lived through that one. Weird. Whatever. Dead. I don't even know if that was worth doing. Let's check our gear really quick. There we go. Resist lightning. Sure. I don't remember, actually, Pave Maniac. I know I didn't play Secret of Mana until I'd already played FF6. But I'm not sure about the release dates. But that was it. That's the end of the story. Like, I keep talking this up a little bit, but FF6 was... Yeah, no kidding, Mook. FF6 was the first time that it became something that I was aware of. That you could enjoy the gameplay of an RPG. And I understand how silly that sounds. For those of you who weren't there for it. Because, holy crap, RPGs kinda sucked to play for a little over 10 years, I'd say, give or take. Wow, we are almost max. I would love to, Ross, absolutely. I imagine most people's favorite moment in an RPG would be on the story axis. Alright, round two. I mean, yeah. No notes, as they say. Whoops, I forgot to switch, Gotta get the debuffs going. I remember where I was when I first played FF5, but unfortunately that could be one of several different parts of my life. I played FF6 before Chrono Trigger. In fact, I didn't even own Chrono Trigger for a while because getting hold of a copy was just a thing. Although I owned Chrono Trigger before FF6, now that I'm thinking about that. Listen, Sleepy. See, the question is, did I summon you or did you summon me? Yeah, a friend of mine, I used to play a friend of mine's copies of a lot of games. And my wonderful mother used to use that.
Is it really over?
My wonderful mother used to use that as an excuse for why I didn't need to buy the games. So I could just go over and play his copy. And to be clear, it was an excuse. She just didn't like video games and didn't want me playing them. That's it. That's all that was. Yeah, actually, push-ups. Believe it or not. That's true, Sleepy. Whoop. I'd like to at least reach a save point before my lunch break.
Follow my lead, Pops. Take that.
Yeah, there's actually quite a few SNES games I didn't buy until later. Yes, Giga. Specifically because of the fact that my mother used my friend Vincent as the argument for why I should not buy them myself. Which is an argument.
Change is good, Pops.
Man, I don't, Giga. I can die if the enemy decides to crit randomly. Already scanned this guy? Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, Jesus.
Follow my lead, Pops.
Wait, wrong thing. Wrong thing. Where's the heal? Listen, reading is good because my mother did it. That's not a joke. That was her reasoning. She reads, therefore, reading is good. I wonder, once they stagger, anybody who knows the answer to this, once they stagger, is it better to go full Rav or full Commando? Or neither? And just stick with the build setup? I legitimately don't know the answer to this question because this game wouldn't know how to tutorialize to save its life, so... I was just thinking about that, because I usually just stay in my stagger build. Rather than, you know, switching to anything to do damage. I also might not have the kit necessary to take advantage of that at this point. Which is funny how little kit I have at this point in the game. How many hours are we in now? I love his attack animations. What's that, Sleepy? Where are we? Sunleth Waterscape. I should write that down. Oh no, I don't know why I said that. Yeah, we have been full Korean methoding, and we, in fact, have only skipped one encounter the entire game, and it's the guy I just skipped up there because it's lunchtime, and I was trying to reach a friggin' save point. So I'll see you guys after lunch.